I suppose at some point I should hit record, since we will be throwing this up on YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We had to crank you. Those of you on YouTube, you missed the audio being so loud that I couldn't hear myself talking. Okay, so let's just go ahead and do things. So, okay. So here's our recommended countries: Naples, Castile, Holland, Norway, Hungary, or the Ottomans. Notice that also says this one's focused on politics, that one's focused on economy, expansion, politics, economy, expansion. Interesting. No, this isn't a formal stream, Lord Hermon. Hence no suit. So, this is funny because I was already going to do the Ottomans, but I want to comment briefly on why I think the Ottomans are funny. It's because, for those of you who don't remember, once upon a time, we actually did a Europa Universalis 4 stream where you guys taught me the game. Because the game's tutorial was so bad, and this was... So, okay, let's rewind. I played Europa Universalis 4 at launch, and it sucked, and it was awful. Many years later, with many expansions later, I wanted to get back into it. I wanted to try it again. And so I did a stream where I said, teach me how to play the game. And you guys very helpfully taught me how the mechanics work, how the interface works, how to find stuff, etc. And at that point, I was able to actually play EU4. The faction we played as was the Ottomans. So the Ottomans is actually how I learned EU4, not Ireland. Now, when we did that with CK2, I played as Ireland. Oh my god. So we're going to go the Ottomans, obviously, as soon as I could get this crap out of my eye. If that's even something that's physically possible. The Ottomans are consolidating their position as one of the most powerful beyliks, the Turkish warlords on the rise, eager to secure vital territories in the Bosphorus and the Anatolian highlands. There have been some recent conquests along the border with Byzantium, which stands as the main enemy for the West to defeat. Gaining dominance over the neighboring beyliks would considerably increase the resources needed for future victories. Focus on your army and navy. Declare war on your enemies and take control of neighboring lands by force. Also expand your navy to control the seas and expand your maritime presence. Because I want to see it. Hang on. I want to see the whole map. That's some chop. Jesus Christ, okay. Oh my god, look at that. Look at that. Oh. Chop. Okay, so here's our options. Surprisingly large number over here. Not something I would have expected, actually. Lots of unclaimed territory at this point in the game. Of course, here's all the Incans, I think. Or the Mayans? I honestly don't remember which. First thing we have the Native American tribes. They're doing their thing up there. Great One is apparently the implodey category here. Everything in the region here. India is as it usually tends to be. The Golden Horde's up. Hey, Dakota. Sweden's there. The Crown of Castile. That was another one everyone recommended as a newbie one. Although, the first, like, 5 times I played Castile, in short succession, I just got bodied. Everyone kept ganging up on me, and there was nothing I could do about it. France looks interesting. Look at that. Croatia is right there. The Kingdom of Croatia. Venice is another interesting one. Because back in EU4, they were an endpoint for several trade lines. Oh yeah, and of course there's the absolutely colossal mess that is the HRE. Just take that in for a second. Soak it in. Look at that nonsense. And there's Austria. Do what it can. The Duchy of Austria. There's Munster. Oh, Pale. Okay. So hang on. I want to do the other thing. We could play as that. I like how observer mode is just an option. I also play random, which is also kind of cool. Oh, that's cool. There's a way to just open a list and a relative difficulty of everything. So what's our very hards? Let's sort by very hards. Great Yuan is listed as very hard. That makes sense. It's probably about to collapse. Brandenburg, the Shogunate, the Ashikawa specifically. Oh, right, because yeah, that's also about to collapse. Delhi, same. The Knights Hospitalier. Where's that at? Oh, right. Yeah, Cyprus. Yeah, Korea's, I mean, let's see. A bunch of places I don't remember or recognize. I say the Byzantines are listed. So that's all the very hards. A bunch of randomy places like, you know, tribes, tribe, 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 tribe. And then, of course, the powers that are in the middle of collapsing. So yeah, let's see the very easies. This is a lot of countries. Okay, it looks like not every country has a difficulty tag attached to it. That actually makes sense. There are hundreds. So here's the ones that are listed as very easy. Aragorn, that amuses me. Bohemia, of all things. Hungary, the Ottomans, and that's it. Those are the very easies. The Ottomans, Hungary, Bohemia, and Aragorn. Aragon, sorry. Where do we start? 1337. Let's look at Bohemia. Let's look at our starting situation. Okay, we start as King Jehan the Blind. We're 40 years old. We're Catholic. Czech, obviously. 45 locations, 1.8 million pops. 105 ducats in the bank, and we're making lots of money. Wow, holy crap. We have a decent army size of 23 grand, no navy at all. We are overwhelmingly Czech, 86% Czech, 99% Catholic. We're a member of the Holy Roman Empire, the Catholic Church, and the Bohemian Luxembourgish Union. We have truces with Hungary, Austria, Poland, Bosnia, Czech, Plock, Rawa, and Zirads. We're currently embargoing Austria. That's funny. We have several subjects. We have Moravia, Opole, Rokla, Opava, Rasibors. I know I'm butchering these. I'm sorry. Biotom. I didn't even try that one. And Zagan. And we are in an alliance with the Teutons and Lower Bavaria. Hmm. So here's our mouse over if we just do that. So there's our leader, there's our heir, there's our capital. Most of the numbers I already saw. 20 subjects, Jesus Christ. Hang on. Okay, so we have 11 county bonuses. Excuse me, country bonuses. Don't actually know what that means. Okay, Sincero. Hello, Triaxia. 42 dynamic historical events for Bohemia. We are a kingdom, a settled country, and a monarchy. They have 21 succession laws, 4 regular laws, 24 policies, and 3 estate privileges. Personally? Oh god, that's actually a tough one out. I'm not sure, honestly. I don't think I have a specialization like that. Yeah, I do like that. So let's glance down at our probable pick. We're gonna go with the Ottomans down here. So the Ottomans have 44 country bonuses, Jesus Christ. 190 dynamic historical events. We are a duchy, as the Ottomans, settled country, and a monarchy. Our spread is interesting. We are 61% Greek, 30% Turkish, 61% Orthodoxy, 31% Sunniism. No navy to speak of. A pretty small army. This is Metroid, specifically. Saving the animals. Pretty small army, which is only 7,000, excuse me, 80 ducats in the bank, and only making 2 ducats per month. 680,000 population. The overwhelming majority of which are peasants. 81% peasants, 7% laborers, 7% tribesmen, 1% slaves, need to fix that. 1% burghers, 0.5% clerics, 0.4% soldiers, 0.3% nobles. So here's, oh god, okay. So there's our country bonuses. And I believe, yep, when we get access to them. Which, yeah, we're going to just glance over that for a second. Yeah, Turkish, Turkic, Sunni, Islam, monarchy, self-country. Achievements are not available. Oh yeah, speaking of which, we set up our rules too. Before we do that, hang on. I want to try something. So let's look at the other options here, the other suggested stuff, right? So, Hungary. With the disaffected nobles subdued with the iron fist by King Charles of Anjou, Hungary is once again a kingdom where its diverse population can cultivate its lands and exploit its rich minerals. This substantial tax base allows for rapid expansion of industry and crafts, while the natural barrier of the Carpathian Mountains and a friendly diplomatic status with one's enslavers foster peace and prosperity. There is a focus on the economic development of your country. Pursue national prosperity by exploiting the land, constructing buildings and roads, and exporting and importing goods and markets. Naples. Born from the ambitions of a powerful dynasty seeking to dominate the lands of southern Italy, Naples is now ruled by King Robert of Anjou, a wise and just monarch, known for his sagacity and keen judgment. Its large and growing population provides a solid foundation for rapid internal expansion based on agricultural wealth, which could support King Robert's efforts to make Naples the hegemon of Italy. Focus on internal politics, deal with the administration and estates of your country, and establish deals and alliances with other countries to strengthen your international position. Holland. The country of Holland is governed by Count William of Avesnes, who also rules the counties of Zeeland and Hainaut. Despite these diverse domains, Holland's location on the north coast, halfway between the English Channel and the Baltic Sea, makes it a prime area for economic exchange and the development of a strong industry. If these opportunities are exploited, Holland can become a major economic power in the coming years. Castile. King Alfonso XI, the Avenger, rules Castile without much internal opposition after establishing his dominance over the kingdom's nobility. He can now turn his attention south, where the Emirate of Granada survives as the last Islamic bastion in Iberia. His powerful ally, the Sultanate of Morocco, maintains a strategic position on the peninsula centered on Algeciras and Ronda, allowing it to intervene from across the Strait of Gibraltar. And Norway. Being in a personal union with Sweden, the Kingdom of Norway faces a new and challenging period. Along its fjords and valleys, the vast national resources, especially timber and fishing, can allow its people to enrich themselves, and with prosperous and content states, more intense diplomacy can be fostered with its neighbors in Scandinavia and the North Sea, allowing Norway to prosper again. But we are going to go with the Ottomans, as already decided. I mean, Russia doesn't exist at the launch. Yeah, we'll find out, Nerzos. That's the point. That is our point and purpose. Yes, we are going to rule on high. In Crusader Kings, you play a family, or perhaps more accurately, a dynasty. In this, we play a country. That's the biggest difference by the far. There's other specific differences, but that's the big zoomed out answer to your question. Nearly 5 centuries of history are about to unfold before you. As the spirit of your nation, you have the power to choose how. You could conquer the world, develop your society into a flourishing utopia, or become an unrivaled economic power. Whatever you choose to do, history is yours to control. Yeah, there are characters in EU4, just like there's characters in Stellaris, but you're not playing the characters. They're more like hero units, or what were those called in the old Total War games? Agents, I want to say. Let's say so. WASD moves around, scroll moves in and out, hold tabs to see the whole world. Game concepts are highlighted in blue and contain information about specific mechanics you might encounter. For example, a country. A country is a political entity that can participate in diplomacy. It has a government, a primary culture, a primary religion. Control armies and navies. Every country is either settled, extraterritorial, army-based, or a society of pops. Settled. A settled country is a country that needs to own locations to exist. Extraterritorial is a country that exists by virtue of its buildings, does not need to own locations. Army-based is a country that can own locations, but its existence relies entirely on its armies. If the armies are destroyed, the country collapses. Or a society of pops. A country that exists by virtue of its pops, does not need to own locations. You play as the spirit of the nation, an abstract representation of your country. Yeah, like I said, we play the country. It's civilization. You're currently playing as the Beylik of the Ottomans, a country with Orhan Bey as its ruler. Top bar consists of different elements. Don't worry, we're paused right now. Nothing's happening. Yeah, I was glancing at the UI up there. Some of that's pretty quick and easy. There's our money. There's our stability. Wow. There's our pops, I think. Hello, game. Hello. Okay, and it just crashed. I should mention that by what is effectively just coincidence, I have played a lot of these games at launch. And so that was one of the reasons I acquiesced this. We're only spending one day on this, one way or the other. We'll be done by the end of the day. But I wanted to see the game at launch because most Paradox games kind of suck at launch. Honestly, the only one that I have ever played, nope, that's not true. There's only two I've ever played that ever impressed me at all at launch. One of those is Stellaris, and the other one is CK3. I do actually have the clicker. Stellaris was a bit bland at launch, but it was still like a functional, enjoyable game. And CK3, well, we did a review of CK3 pretty much at launch. Okay, so let's try that again. Oh, it's still loading. Hang on. I don't remember. I've got a Ryzen. I've got a good Ryzen. I forget which one. Performance is so far pretty lacking. Not impressed. Yeah, this is literally version 1.0. You can see it in the upper right there. I get why they got rid of them, Luke. And I don't mind the new super FTLs you can get. You know, locking it behind research. When did EU4 get good? That's actually a really good question. I kind of skipped over EU4 for a few years there because I kind of hated it. No, Plutonium. I've met some games that are, you know, badly designed in terms of resource hogging, but I've never run into one that I just couldn't capture because of that. Well, if there was a day one patch, it would have been yesterday. Oh. I'm curious of something, though. I cranked everything up. Let's leave it. Screw it. Oh, jeez. Here we go. Hi, Delzin. Welcome to the tryout stream. The paradox of Paradox DLCs has always been the fact that they tend to, you know, you have to pay hundreds and hundreds of dollars in order to gain access to these games full tilt. But it makes sense from a long-term perspective, and honestly, most of those DLCs tend to be worth it. That worth it being kind of a relevant thing there. Okay, so let's try this again. Ottomans. Oh, we didn't get to separate rules. Rules. Okay, so we could set up difficulty. AI, so change bonuses to the player. Change bonuses to the AI. Change whether or not there's historical AI. Country change prohibited. Wow. Missions disable. What? Why would you disable? Why is that an option? Why is missions being enabled? Reduce achievements. What? So, someone more technically minded than me could probably answer you better than me. Day one, I'm going to turn missions on. I want to see that. Day one patches usually happen for technical reasons more than anything else. it is easier to push out a 1.0, upload that to Steam, upload that to GOG or whatever, and then bake in a patch after that than it is to keep uploading the 1.0, if that makes any sense. In most cases, you want to have your 1.0 release baked in, ready to go, and done well before the actual release date, right? So in most cases, the day one patch is quite literally, like, logistically easier to push out than to just keep patching the base game. Allow plausible formation of countries, only historical formation of countries, ahistorical countries. All countries can be formed. Yes. All countries will attempt to colonize. Only countries with a capital in Europe will explore. All countries will explore. Yes. Cultural conversions can convert, can convert to any culture unrestricted. Ooh. Religious conversion, all religious conversion, obviously. Black Death outbreak year. The bubonic plague will hit in 1346. Oh my god, we have 9 years. Okay. Black Death origin. Central Asia. Can we change that? Random. Anywhere in Asia, Europe, or North Africa. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Institution spawning. Dynamic. Or completely random. Or historical. Black Death outbreak. Disabled. Yeah, we can actually turn off the Black Death. You can also set it to random anytime in the Age of Renaissance or the Age of Discovery. Yikes. Institution spawning. Byzantium name. Any the Greek country centered on Byzantium, known as the Byzantine Empire, or the Eastern Roman Empire. What was that? Oh, that's wild. So there's Greece. Oh, there's the Greek culture. Okay, that makes more sense. Change country's dynastic naming. Sure. Yeah, let's go ahead and save this. It's just like a preset here. I do like being able to set presets of rules. That's a nice feature. Of course there'd be drama about allowing you to rename Byzantium. Jesus Christ, people. Okay, so the Ottomans. Yeah, it just came out yesterday. Okay, so let's start the learning walkthrough and hope it doesn't crash the game again. So the left boat. Okay, so hang on. So last time we were checking this out. So there's our ducats. There's our stability. There's our population. That's what crashed us. My God. Okay, hang on. We have sailors. We have 0 sailors. My gosh. We have 333 manpower. So we have nothing. We have nobody. We gain 1 additional manpower every month. More exhaustion. We're doing fine on that. Diplomats. We have 5 diplomats, and we changed by 0.3. How are we gaining 0.3 people per month? Do not answer that question. Our capacity is 3. Prestige is actually going down. That changes cultural influence, the skill of new artists, antagonism change modifier, diplomatic reputation, market attraction, and Greek power score. So our noble estate is satisfied. Our royal harem increases our prestige, but our prestige decay is overwhelming those. Legitimacy. That increases crown power and population leave rebels threshold. Nobles are accepting our culture. We are investing half of our freaking income into our legitimacy. Jeez Louise. And population, which is what crashed it earlier. Again, lots of Greek people. Lots of Greek. More Greek people than anything else. Okay. We have states, which are groups that hold power in a country. As a player, you are represented by the crown. Woo! Oh, I guess these are our estates. Okay, so what do we got? Is this us? Yep, that's us. Hang on. There's our estate power right there. So the crown has 15%. Ouch. The Guzat, I'm guessing that's the nobles, have 60%. The Ulama, I don't know what any of these are. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Well, it's religion. Okay, so the religion are 10%. The burghers are at 3. The commoners are at 2. The Zimi, uh, Jewish people apparently are 6%. The tribes have no power at all. We'll get to estates later, but keep now. Every estate holds a percentage of the country's wealth and power. As a level of estate satisfaction you can track. And yeah, that's our satisfaction. So right now, we're actually pretty satisfied, except for the Ottoman tribes, which are whatever. The commoners, the burghers. Okay, nobody likes us. Except for the Zimi and, of course, me. I like myself. So that just makes no sense. I don't like myself at all. Jesus Christ, Shadow Machine. What the hell? Is that a real one? Oh gosh. Oof. Oh, oof. Take a look at the resources and statistics in the top bar. Ducats, population, stability. Hi, loader. Oh my gosh. There's the current date, different ages. Right now, the age of traditions, which will end in the year 1342 to give way to the age of Renaissance. Each age, you gain new advances to research. There are 8 different panels from here. Government, economy, production, society, diplomacy, military, geopolitics, and advances. We're currently researching nothing. Our research rate is apparently changed by literacy and institutions. Let's hit the hints panel. Oh my god. Okay, let's get rid of the hints panel. No? Okay, back up. Okay, so ducats are one of the most important resources in the game. Obviously, you gotta have money, money, money. Most actions cost ducats, and very often your ability to impose your will as a ruler, both outside and inside your country, depends on your wealth. Most of your finances are controlled from the balance tab. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. So, we apparently have a loan. We have taken out a loan. We have base taxes. We have tax efficiency. We are not mining at all right now. We have our various taxes on the different groups. We have our maintenance on army, navy, forts. How much money we're spending on diplomacy. How much money we're spending on stability, buildings, food, and the court. I love how the court is more expensive than the army. Okay. Okay, this is too quiet. I'm sorry, hang on. I can't even hear the music anymore. Okay, so, balance. Balance? Balance. And there's our bar indicating how we're doing so far. I actually pay my belly dancers. What? Get me slaves! And don't pay them. Whatever you do. Don't pay the workers. Don't pay the workers. Okay, so that's increasing our legitimacy, it looks like. Yeah. Oh, that's minting. God, I thought it said mining. It says minting. So we don't have inflation right now, which is good. Automate tax rate to make tribe satisfaction at least 50%. Interesting. Let's stop taxing the commoners quite so much. Let's just pull them down a little bit. There we go. But we really need to tax the birders. Screw the birders. There we go. Yeah, I know. I understand. Thank you. Most of the wealth in EU4 is centered on a monthly basis in the land you own. Your locations. Really act. Wow. So I guess the gold was just screwed over. We'll talk about locations there. For now, you can hover over the tax base to see a disclosure of your richest locations. Oh, nice. Bursa and Izmit are apparently just generating the overwhelming majority of our income. There's Bursa. There's Izmit. Ducats don't go directly into your treasury. As the government, you only collect a fraction of the tax base by extracting taxes from your estates. You can set the level of taxation, blah, blah, blah. Maximum tax is dependent on many factors, like how powerful they are. Sometimes you can't tax an estate at all. For now, we recommend you automate your taxes. That'll keep their satisfaction over 50%. I mean, do I care about them being happy, though? Fine. We'll automate, just because the tutorial is literally mandating that I do that. Aside from taxes, another significant income is minting. You can freely mint to your heart's content, but mint too much will create inflation. Oh, jeez. Fine, we'll mint a tiny bit. Just the littlest bit. Listen, I just really want to kill all the rich people. That's all I want to do. I just want to hunt them down and stab them. Two of the most common sources of income are trade and food, since those are some advanced concept. We'll not cover them now. Let's unpause for a bit. You can adjust the speed by doing these things. You can adjust space to unpause. Okay. We've unpaused. I don't care about eating the... I mean, honestly, wouldn't the rich taste terrible? Like, think about it for a minute. Just, Okay, speed up. Let's go. Oh, something happened. Oh, hey. Born from the ashes of the dying Seljuk Sultanate, the small territory of Osmanaglu Gazi Orhan Bey was initially overshadowed by its more powerful neighbors. However, the vision and ambition of the Ottomans have proved far-reaching, as they have recently embarked on a path of expansion and consolidation, carving out their place in the tumultuous tapestry of the fragmented Anatolia. Orhan Bey and his successors skillfully capitalized on the prevailing chaos and divisions of the region. With each victory, the Ottoman principality grows stronger, attracting warriors, scholars, and ambitious minds eager to participate in the rising power. Their strategic marriages, shrewd alliances, and military prowess rapidly turned a modest state into an empire. Okay. Uber marble tender, because it didn't have to work. What's funny is I actually don't like Wagyu that much. They might have healthy diets, that's true. I don't know. I don't want to filthy my palate with rich people. It just sounds gross. So, we have to see if numbers have updated. Blah, blah, blah. Let's look at expenses now. Many actions in the game cost ducats the very moment you perform them, but even when you're not actively spending, your balance will bear the burden of regular monthly expenses. You can spend ducats on increasing stability and legitimacy, two of your most important stats we saw at the top. Are going to spend at least enough so they do not decrease. The maintenance of your is your standing cost of your is the cost of your standing armies, navies, and forts. But we've already done that. Although our stability is actually going down. There we go. Tiny increase in stability. Just enough to not, die. The one surgeon tree is our most expensive building. Jeez Louise. And we are spending so much money on food. Look at all that. Wow. In Bursa in particular, apparently. Well, we'll look at the city screen later. Let's not get too much into the weeds yet. Perfect. You've understood the basics of balance. Who are these estates and why do not submit to your every whim? A very good question. Why don't people submit to my every whim? God, it is so frustrating when I'm like, all right, listen, be cool. And they're like, "Rah." And I'm like, no. Be cool. Rah. Okay, guys, just work with me here. The estates are one of the keystones of ruling in Europa Universalis 5. Not only the source of taxes, but they can be powerful assets when loyal or terrible enemies when disloyal. They must all die. Let's look at the government tab, shall we? Ooh, that's a lot. Okay. Let's take that in. Let's soak that in. So we've got happiness. That's pretty immediately visible. We've got satisfaction, which it looks like is slowly rising. We've got parliament, academic laws. There's our stats. We actually have really high stats, low stats. I don't have much of a vibe on if 76 diplomacy, administration, and then like 79 diplomacy and the 97 military. I don't know what that's out of. We certainly do seem to have plenty of bonuses, so obviously we have good stats. This would answer Ben One-Eye's question. We are playing as that dude, and that's his stats, and those stats affect our country. He will die over time and replaced by someone else, and that someone else's stats will be different. In fact, there's our wife. She is 59. There's our son, our heir, who is 31, looks like. Yeah. How old are we? 56. Okay. Unigeniture. System of inheritance based around having one heir. Eldest son of the royal family. May mean instability between prospering inheritors, members of ruling dynasty, or lines of succession. There's our rules for inheritance. We apparently have lots of... Oh my god, we have 21 children. What is wrong with us? Stop banging people. We may gain another trait in 22 years. Translation, we're probably not going to get another one of those. That's true, Taquana. We're an inspiring leader, which gives us increased army morale, and we are a conqueror, which reduces separatism. Alright, you can see the different groups that control the political power in your country. The estates. Each estate has a % of estate power. As the embodiment of the nation, you are represented by the crown. Your crown power represents your ability to oppose the particular interest of your estate. It allows you to exact higher taxes, increase state satisfaction, support, and gain support in the parliament by making changes to laws. Also provides a percentage of the profits of trade. That's one of the reasons why, in my experience, most of these games are best to just sit down and play around for a while and accept that your first few games you're going to die and lose and fail because you're just learning the game. As I mentioned earlier, I did this with EU4 and CK2. And we did a few Stellaris streams of a similar thing. Yes, this is all in-game music. There should be a music player. Or there was at one point in time. I don't see it, so I feel lied to. The games or the countries, Morganite? Your estates can be powerful assets, but if displeased, they can be an insidious thorn in your back. On top of contributing to your treasury with taxes, they are essential for the business of war, since they'll depend on their levies to fight. However, if they're disloyal, they might start supporting rebellions, and eventually attempt to overthrow your rule through a civil war. Estates whose satisfaction is above 50% will provide bonuses. Dissatisfied estates inflict penalties. Commoners being happy increases food production. Yeah, to be really honest, if this interface looks overwhelming, don't look at any of their older games. EU4 is much less readable and parsable than this, and CK2 is even worse than that. Anything before EU4 and CK2 is just a mess. Like, you don't want to play EU1, you know what I mean? Yeah, Victoria 2 is one step away from being unplayable. I would not recommend it. Yeah, this has, believe it or not, there's actually a lot of good design elements in the interface here. Color distinction, right? There's a very, very strong element of using greens and reds to determine good and bad, regardless of all other figures. So even if you don't know what a lot of those numbers mean, look at the top bar, right? Green, 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 red, green, green, green. Okay, those are good, that's bad, right? There's good outlining, good icon usage. They use consistent icons too. If there's something that indicates something, they will use that icon in any screen that indicates that, right? Uh, I suppose a good example of that would be the crown icon. Actually, I'm not seeing a lot of that on the screen. Yeah, a lot of good backgrounding too. Notice, let's look at our estates here. Can you see my mouse on this? Hang on. Can mouse be seen? Nope. Okay, cool, whatever. If you look on the left there, you will notice that there's a different color background for each of these estates, which helps to distinguish themselves from the others. A bad interface would have all of this be the same color, right? So yeah, right now we're losing prestige from something. We'll have to figure that out. And by the way, and if you mouse over it, there's a nice clear indicator of exactly every single thing that's doing it. Modern Paradox games also have a wonderful concept called nesting, which is something I'm actually hugely in favor of when it comes to interface design. Nesting is when you mouse over something for a moment, and it like locks it into place like that, and now I can mouse over stuff here, and then here, oh, hang on, and then here, and then here, and so forth and so on. This is a fantastic feature and is a great way to increase information portrayal, because you can just keep going down the line like, oh, what's this mean? Oh, what's this mean? Oh, what's this mean? Oh, what's this mean? And I can just keep going. Nesting is a great feature. But yeah, no, so we've got good color usage, we've got good outlining, we've got good icons, we've got good at-a-glance. There's actually a weirdly large amount of good at-a-glance on the interface right now. And again, if this looks bad, don't try the older games. So, estates can be granted privileges, which increase their satisfaction and power, and come with additional effects. Revoking privileges angers and weakens the estate, though that can be a costly endeavor and unlikely to hurt your stability. Despite the increasing power from the estates and thus reducing your crown power, some privileges might align with your interests. Granting a few privileges in times of need can be a wise course of action, if only to extinguish a rebellion. No king can rule alone. Aside from privileges, the estates derive their estate power from the social makeup of your pops. Your population is divided into different social classes. The nobles, the clerics, the burghers, the peasants, the laborers, the soldiers. Population lives and dies in your locations. So let's have a look at that. The world is made up of different countries. I find our visible terrain interesting, by the way. We know a decent amount of Western Asia, a decent chunk of North and Middle Africa. And Iceland. Hello, Iceland. If you zoom out, you'll see the country names appear on the map. Hovering over them will give you the country tooltip. The click on them will give you a foreign country panel. Yeah, so who's around here that we want to declare war? Other than the Byzantines, obviously. Let's go with... nesting is bad. Jesus Christ. Stellaris... Okay, pause. Stellaris is kind of a weird hybrid of a 4X game and a grand strategy game. It sits almost right in the middle. It is a great game to play if you want what I call a large strategy game, which is an umbrella genre to cover a lot of these different types of games. Basically, anything where your level of control is at the country level, right? Karaman. Really? Stellaris is probably a really, really good first pick if you want to try to see if you like any kind of large strategy game. There's other games that also kind of fit into that. Civilization 5 would be an obvious example. Um, Master of Orion 4, which is just listed as Master of Orion, would be a good one. Endless Space 2 is a good first pick. And I suppose I could mention Crusader Kings 3, which, again, having the advantages of modern UI and design, is actually pretty new player friendly. I don't know if this one's new player friendly, although this one does have an honest-to-God tutorial, which already puts it ahead of most of the pack. And I have not played Victoria 3 yet. Also true, Lord Hermod. So, zoom out to see countries, open a country panel. Wong. Countries are nothing without locations. They are the heart of the economy and politics of any country. Yeah, land. They produce goods, generate tax base, but are home to a population of different social classes, religions, and cultures. There's 3 types of location ranks. There's cities, towns, and rural settlements. That's an interesting feature. Most important location for country is the capital. Your capital is Bursa, which is importing food like crazy. They recognize the map by its icon, which is right up there. Double-click on the top, your flag in the top bar to move your camera to your capital. You can also find it by pressing the Finder. Oh yeah, by the way, one thing a lot of these games have, which is a godsend, is the Finder thing, which is exactly as useful as it sounds. So let's go ahead and go to the North Danube Delta. Oops. And it looks like that's... Is that the Golden Horde? That is the Golden Horde. And a bunch of other smaller powers up here. Frostpunk 1 and 2, yeah, are different genres, and that's a whole other thing. I would not consider Frostpunk 1 a large strategy game because it's focused on the city. That's a management sim. Or management strategy, excuse me. I haven't played Frostpunk 2. I'm not sure about that one. So, click our capital. Bong. So let's look at the city screen. We've been avoiding this. You can assign locations, groups, markets, or armies to control numbers. Oh, okay. We actually have control groups. When did they add that to Paradox games? Because that's semi-new. Yeah, me too, Plutonium. Oh god, HOI 4. Don't even get me started. So, okay. HOI 4 is probably a good game now, but I played it at launch. And as we've just been joking about for the last, hour or so, Paradox games at launch kinda suck. HOI 4 pissed me off at launch, honestly. I tried very hard. I even played that game co-op, which usually makes a game more palatable, and I couldn't put up with it. I walked away from it. So, someday, we might circle back to that and see what it's like now. We do have 2 separate HOI 4 mods on the books. Okay, so, control groups, yes. Okay, cool, whatever. Next. Yep, this is all cool. So, locations, different social classes. Pops will increase the state power of the respective state. The amount of pops of each social class depends on the buildings present. They can be built your states and need to apply specific classes. Peasants will promote to the necessary social class to fill them. Buildings produce goods, which can be sold at market, which will generate tax base. Okay, so what do we got here? Nobles. So, okay, so these are our available population. And blue is used. Blue is the people who are currently being employed. So, our soldiers are almost completely taken up right now. Green is unemployed. We have 50,000 unemployed peasants. God, our unemployment rate. Yikes. We have 27 development. We have 0.08 prosperity. We have no art. Our building level, our institution spread, our food productivity, and our food, which is negative 24. Yikes. Hi, Elizar. They're peasants. Nobody cares about peasants. Take them out back and shoot them. Um, I'd say that's a good way to put that, Ben One Eye. Lord Harrowmont would probably challenge me on that, but I like that definition. A lot of large strategy games you actually specifically play as a country. Almost every game I just mentioned, you play as a country, or a nation, or a spacefaring empire, whatever you want to call it, right? Um, like I said, in Endless Space 2 and Master of Orion 4, you're playing a space empire, the whole empire. In Stellaris, actually, I'm going to take that back. You don't play as a species in Stellaris, I just realized. Because you can have many species in your empire, by design or by conquest. And you can go ahead and do a whole thing where, like, there's a mechanic in Stellaris where you could change the rights of individual species. So you can make a slave race, but you can also make every race have equal rights, depending on how you want to do that. And yeah, other empires can also have your species as well, because there's I forget, it's the immigration mechanic, I forget what they call it, but there's a population drift mechanic. You can also turn other species into fuel or food. Hi, Savicon. We are paused on the awful block. Hopefully we will not marry our aunt this time, because I don't think that's a mechanic in this game. An empire is a good word for it, because the technical bare bones definition of an empire is just one polity that rules over a multitude of different groups, including different species. Um, but like you usually play like a whole power in a lot of these games. I'm actually trying to think of exceptions because in HOI 4, you're still playing the side, right? You're still in charge of things like economics and production, not just the army. Even though HOI 4, sorry, that stands for Hearts of Iron 4, is very much focused on the war. You're still playing a nation. You're still playing the Soviet Union or whatever. Jeez Louise, Shadow Machine. Yeah, some of EU4's achievements are stupid. Um, so, I'm trying to think. Let's see. So we play HY4, we play as a nation running an army. In most of these, we play a nation. In CK, anything. Any of the Crusader Kings games, we're playing a family or a dynasty or a person. I feel like there's another one out there. It's just at the edge of my brain. Where you play as something other than a nation or a person. I can't remember. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Um, any location is populated by different social classes. I guess there is Victoria, where you play an economy. Although I've also heard some people push back and say you're playing as the population in Victoria 3, but it's kind of the same thing with the way that game is structured. The out of pound, I already read all this. So here's our buildings, which are using up certain amounts of things. We have a lot of crafters. My gosh. We make glass, jewelry, paper. You make paper. Conquer England as different nations. Oh, and to respond to you, Sub-Zero, EU4 is pretty parsable for me now, but I do have strong memories of when I sat down and did an entire stream learning how to play the game, and it was pretty rough, and it took a while. I would go so far as to say that EU4 is not very intuitive, especially if you haven't played one of those types of games before. Once you get into it, once you know what you're doing, you can find what you're doing pretty quickly and easily, but there is that necessary early barrier, I think. Not all locations have buildings at the beginning of the game, but every location specializes in one specific good, in this case, silk. And yeah, that was something from EU4. Yeah, once you're over the hump on the learning curve, EU4 is relatively smooth. But getting up that hump, that's a thing. That's why we played as the Ottomans last time. Very much like buildings, RGOs, which is resource gathering operations, sell their goods in the market to generate tax base. At the beginning of the game, most of your tax base will come with the production of your RGO. Oh my god, that's a lot of hints. We're just going to get rid of that and never look back. Okay. I don't think we'd produce any songs here. I don't think it's ever coming out of this. Well, again, this game has an honest-to-God tutorial, which already puts it ahead of the pack. To be very clear, there really wasn't a tutorial in EU4. There was just figured out. Like, there was a tutorial for both EU4 and CK2, and it was junk. It was actual junk. Oh, God. There's a reason why Noob Island was a concept. It's because a lot of people would play as, I forget the name, it's one of the specific counties in Ireland. And then it was just a really well-positioned county to learn mechanics, make some political interactions, and do some easy early conquests just to get used to the game. Okay, so we've added the profits of buildings and the RGO to the tax base of the location. Tax base is collected by the estates. Remember, you can only end up receiving a fraction of those ducats. We must tax everything. What do you think of the Warcraft mobile game? Okay. Okay, got the vomit out. Alright, we're good, we're good. Tax base. What do we got here? 26. Jeez Louise. We're only pulling 6 of that, but still. So, buildings create tax. This is actually a nice graphic. Look at that. Buildings and RGOs create tax base. Tax base belongs to the estates. Buildings and RGOs employ populations which belong to the estates. The estates provide taxes and levies. That's actually a really nice graphic to quickly and efficiently get across that mechanic. Form Nepal. Fight against Prussia. Defeat 100,000 soldiers. And I was going to say, that means you have to start in India. And yeah, Prussia isn't an initial tag. Isn't an initial tag. I mean, probably in a year. This is completely not set up. I actually was sincerely debating delaying today's stream because it's kind of a chill stream to finish doing some setup here. And honestly, I was just too tired to. What I'm going to do some rejiggering. Show you here. 1 second. So the general idea I'm thinking is the Lore Runner banner is probably going to actually go either here or on the wall behind me, one of the two. The Mega Man one will then go like right here, covering this empty space over here. This bin's gonna go away completely. I'm gonna put another one in the background there. No, Ben, when I am not sure. So this is gonna go over there. It can't because that area is filled with empty boxes right now. And you're probably thinking, why do you have a bunch of empty boxes in your room? Because the recycler, so the trash pickup people who pick up recycling haven't been picking up our recycling for 2 days now. And when I say 2 days, I mean more like 2 weeks. So if I look out the window right now, I can see the recycling just sitting out there waiting for them to pick it up. They apparently haven't been picking it up in the entire neighborhood, so we're not actually sure what's going on there. So I don't want to add to that pile yet. So the boxes are just sitting over there. That's going to go there. These are going to go back. I'm going to probably open this up, right? Because right now these are just empty bins here to try and make some kind of a barrier. I'm not sure if I'm going to do anything about the window. I might just leave the window. Unsure about that. I'm not sure. So I actually have some shelving. You can kind of see over here. It's back there. I'm not sure if I'm going to do anything with the shelving yet or not. The biggest question mark I have right now is what to do with my plushies, because I don't have a big plan for them. You can kind of tell that all my plushies are just in a giant pile. Still in their bags, actually. Just this giant pile. This is all plushies down here too. This is just all plushies in their sports bags. So I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do with those yet. I haven't decided. Hi, Zar. I am 100% not throwing away my plushies. If I was going to throw them away, I would have done so before carrying them halfway across the country. I could use empty bins? I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided specifics. This is a weird layout and a weird setup. I don't really have a set availability. What I could do, and I'm very unlikely to do this, but what I could do is I could get one of those pseudo-cheap shelves to put like up against this wall back here, and then put the plushies on the shelving. Haven't decided yet, like I said. So that's all. I don't even have my closet done yet. Although I'm getting there. I've been doing a little bit of my closet every day just to kind of push through that. I haven't even found my work pants yet. So that's really frustrating. I've been wearing other stuff. This one is coconut flavored. It's surprisingly good considering I don't actually like coconut. It's true. I do have a corner over there, so I could put a pet mat up there. Okay. Not all locations are equal under the sun. Let us discuss one of the most important stats of a location: control. Among other things, control is determined by the wealth of a location that's actually usable by you or your states. In other words, the tax base is scaled by the control. We have 100% control. We are in control. Start as Frankfurt. Form Jerusalem, and then form the Incans while forming Mallorca. What the crap? What? The control of a location is directly dependent on proximity to your capital. So your capital is your most important location, so it will always have highest control. That means buildings and RGO will always contribute the most to your wealth of your state. Build tall. Only very recently have Paradox Games acknowledged the existence of building tall, and they've started acknowledging that as a mode and doing patches and DLCs to help, support such a playstyle. Okay. Here's our control. Oof. Not great. Not great at all. Look at that. Oh my god, our control is terrible. We only have like 60%, 72% immediately adjacent our capital. We have 14% out here. And that's not that far away. Actually, yeah, Justinian would be on that list, Elazar. Also Napoleon would be interesting to dig into that brain. And that might be it. What is building tall? Right, so there's two general strategies when it comes to any strategy game, or what you're actually doing. You can build wide or you can build tall. Building wide is all about spreading out, right? Taking spots, taking resources, expand. And you pull in more and more and more resources from all the territories you pull, and you do them towards, and you do everything you can to try and keep the machine going and make each new territory add something to the whole to then take more territory. Building tall, by contrast, is focusing on just really developing your internal infrastructure. Some games don't even support building tall. Some games don't support building tall and you do it anyways as a challenge mode. But the idea is to really focus on developing just one place or one core spot of places. One planet, one city, one territory, etc. I don't really want to meet a demented, crazed man who died in like his 30s. At least I'm good with that. Anyway, so in a game like these, generally speaking, building tall means spending all your time and effort and resources on building buildings and infrastructure and roads and all kinds of stuff to develop this screen, the city screen, to make sure your one province has tons of development. And that is viable, at least in like some of the previous games. I don't know how viable that is in this game. Stellaris actually has an entire game mode of just sitting in one star system. And there's actually a strategy mode in a lot of these games, in Europa Universalis 4, for example, which is called the OTP challenge, which means, one OPP. God, what's the acronym? It's one province power, but OPP doesn't sound right. It's where you're playing as a faction that just has one individual province, and that's it. OPM, thank you. OPM. It's just that acronym doesn't sound right. And the goal is to just sit there on your one province and just try to do everything you can while sitting there. And yeah, there's also the one planet challenge in some other games like this. One province minor, that's what it stands for. Thank you. And yeah, some of you remember the old Civ games used to have the one city challenge, which was a challenge because civilization was not designed around building tall. Do they turn off wars? No. So don't piss off anyone bigger than you. Okay, so here's our control. Not great, as you can see. Notice how control tends to decrease the further the location is away. On the spam mode, you can click on the counties to see their control display. Oh my gosh, look at that. Oh my gosh, look at that. Holy crap. Yeah, a lot of games also have built-in mechanics to, I don't want to say, like, discourage you from building wide, but penalize you for building wide. Might make a better way to put that. Because, so okay, let's actually explain this. In older large strategy games, there was no penalty whatsoever for building wide, which meant that you could just blob. And it would actually cause a problem because you'd reach a point where you would hit critical mass, right? At a certain point, you would literally reach a point of not being capable of losing the game. You would just blob and blob and blob until you have taken over the entire world map. It would actually get really boring too. Separate, unrelated problem. So they started adding mechanics in I want to say like the 10s, the 15s range, where there would be some kind of penalty for blobbing. And most of the time, that penalty is just supposed to be something that you're supposed to manage. If you want to keep expanding, you have to do X in order to deal with it, or you have to deal with Y penalty. Yeah, diminishing returns, exactly. Stellaris has played around with this for a while and has done at least 2 methods to do this that I'm aware of. One moment, please. Absolutely, Elazar. Then again, I've been wanting a StarCraft city builder for years, so what the hell do I know? And yeah, there's defensive alliances against you. There's the threat concept. There's aggressive expansion, which is actually a mechanic in EU4. There was infamy back in Victoria 2. There's the empire, the bureaucracy penalty. I forget what it's called in Stellaris. And this game, it's control. Most of these games have something to push back against you just blobbing and blobbing and blobbing. Empire sprawl, thank you. Let's look at the proximity map mode. What's this? Proximity shows how far away locations are from your capital in practical terms. Once again, color distinction, by the way. You may notice how proximity spreads further along the plains and the rivers. It's severely hampered by mountain ranges or forest. Topography and vegetation play an important role in the calculation of proximity. So does the presence of human-made structures like roads and ports. That makes perfect sense. If there's just resources, then there's no units, Elizar. Oh, I see it there. Some of these don't even have like a route to the capital. That one does, barely. You can see the line up there. Ah! Ah! Okay, let's try this again, Elizar. Let's restart. What's your first question again? Because you asked, what about a Warcraft, StarCraft, or Age of Empires game with only resources? You know, so in other words, one without military units, one without the combat, which is what I then answered. Is this one? Yep, that's by sea, I figured, which means, yeah, that's our actual port right there, is Izmit. Okay, that makes sense. There are dozens of map modes. Yeah, no kidding. This is interesting. Oh, there it is. Jeez Louise. So here's our map modes. Oh my god, that's so many map modes. Oh my god, there's so many map modes. Look at it all. Look at it all. Okay, so let's do terrain. Political. Yeah, okay. Sure, sure. Tax base. Oh, jeez. Look at that. Look at all those. Look at all that poor land. Look at that. Giant swaths of no tax bases, followed by like one city there, like Bordeaux. I'm guessing it's Paris. Yeah, it's Paris. Ronan. Even London has a low tax base. Look at that. Those have zero tax. Some of these have literal zero tax bases. A lot of... Oh, those are impassable. Never mind. Some rich, very rich tax bases over in India. Look at that. My God. Hang on. What else we got here? Raw materials. Okay, so yeah. 9 years before it, Tigzar. 9 years. Wow, look at all that livestock. Look at the livestock resources up here. Look at that. That's like 30 provinces all are developing livestock up here. I notice there's not a lot of like standardization. It's mostly just whatever. There's a bunch of wild game up here, a bunch of lumber. There's the aforementioned livestock. Sand is a resource, apparently. That makes sense. Fruit. A lot of fruit down here. Gold. 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 Sorry. Do resources get exhausted? That's a good question. We'll circle back to that. But so let's look at what we have right now. So we have a lot of stuff. We have stone, lumber, wild game, wheat, medicaments, marble, silk, fruit, beeswax, fish, wine, clay, wool, legumes. I think I might be repeating myself here a little bit. Horses, stone, iron. We have a bit of a spread. Unfortunately, it looks like we cannot produce songs. Hang on, what else we got? Control. Oh, we already looked at that one. Proximity to capital. Markets. Oh, yeah, that's... Okay, so there's our major markets. Obviously, Constantinople is one of them. Duh. Moskva. I think I'm pronouncing it right. Novigrad is one. Stockholm, Oslo, Edinburgh. Bordeaux. Sofia. Lisboa, excuse me. Genova. Naples. Venice. So let's glance at a market here. So the Constantinople market, which is where we are. That's wow. So the most traded thing in Constantinople is fish. The second most traded thing is slaves. Then stone, silk, and alum. Most powerful merchants, the Byzantines, the Bulgarians, the Athens, then us, and then Venice. They need game, saffron, grains, cloth, and fruit. Can we abolish slavery? So usually there's an option to abolish slavery in these games. Now, here's the really messed up thing. In a lot of these games, slaves are like one of those objectively useful things. It's like in, what was it, Civ 5, I want to say? Screw the nobles. Where, like, being a fascist dictatorship with lots of slavery was, like, gameplay-wise the best option because it was overpowered. And it was hard mode to try and have any kind of egalitarianism. Coffee. Oh. Hang on. Where's our resources? There we go. So coffee only is built on the belt, right? So it might not be... Oh! There we go. There you go. We need to conquer Africa to gain access to coffee. That's right, this game is woke. You can get rid of slavery. Okay, so for just a second I saw wheat over there, but the W was off of the map, so I thought it was just producing heat. There's also fiber crops. That's another one. Sugar. Oh. And salt. Sugar and salt. And cotton and ivory. There's a lot of resources. Well, it's either conquer Africa or... Oh, there's rice, too. Or make our way out to, like, the off-the-map stuff, because that's where we're going to find that kind of thing. Pepper? Well, let's look over here. Let's look at India, shall we? So there's salt, iron, wool. We might not be able to see far enough. Because if I remember correctly, most of the spices was over here in the part of the map that's not visible. Elephants. We can trade in elephants. I'm not seeing any spice other than salt. Sorry, I stumbled over that because it felt weird to call salt a spice, but I didn't know what else to call it. There's fur. Oh, and gems. I haven't seen gems before. Lots of silk up here for some strange reason. Well, shoot. Yeah, I saw sugar too. There's also some sugar down here. I don't remember where Yemen is. Well, let's find it. What? Search. No. There we go. There we go. Oh, there is coffee right there. So we needed to conquer the Saudi Arabian Peninsula, which will also bring us sugar, by the way, and pearls. But let's be honest, sugar, salt, and coffee. What more do we need? Well, we need to conquer Africa, which will get us coffee and gold. And not... Oh, there's a tiny bit of salt right there. Oh, there's some salt, too. And sugar. All right, there we go. We just need to conquer everything. Probably, but I don't know how to do that right now. Look at all the fur up there. My God. There's the fur trade. There's coffee in that Africa. Does this game work like Stellaris? No. But they're close enough that if you squint, they're probably pretty similar. Oh, hey, saffron. Right there. Do you see that? And tin. And olives. We need to conquer the Mediterranean. There's also sugar in Crete. Oh, there's some saffron up here, too. Oh, hey, saltpeter. First time I've seen that one. Dyes. There's another one. Anyways, I should probably stop staring at this. Okay, so what do you want me to do, tutorial? Default map mode. Okay. Okay. So, we need proximity to have control. How do you improve proximity? One of the most important ways is to build roads. That makes perfect sense, actually. I actually played with this idea within the X stand. I eventually walked away from it, but the idea was that distance was entirely determined by how long it took to get someplace, as opposed to actual geography. Which I know sounds strange, but you get my point, right? If you have a train going through a mountain to get to another place, and that other place is closer because of the fact that travel to there is quicker. So, roads. Oh my God. Oh my God. Here's our roads map. Oh my God. Look at the roads. Look at the roads. Okay. Okay. So, there are multiple different ways. One of those important is roads. Okay, so we need to make a road anywhere nearby. This is going to cost a tremendous amount of money. I have seen Citizen Kane. I do not like it very much. Rosebud. We're going. We don't need. Also, here's our terrain type, which will change how difficult it is to build, I'm guessing. So we've got gravel roads. Oh. Oh, that's distance cost, isn't it? Yeah. I doubt most people in chat have ever seen Citizen Kane. They've probably heard of it. So this will increase institution growth, development growth, and construction speed in both places. It'll also reduce proximity. Where do I want roads everywhere, or do I want like, oh my god, I just noticed there's paved roads, modern roads, and railroads eventually. Right now we're just on gravel. Okay, well, honestly, let's think about Constantinople, because that's probably going to be our long term, right? So let's start building a road towards Iznik, so we can start building up towards Constantinople. And we'll work on the rest later. Because those are insanely expensive. Can I do more than one at a time? I can. Okay. I'll take it. I don't want to spend too much of my treasury. The road is now under construction. It will take some months to finish. You can see the construction progress in the circular widget on the map and over your capital. Can I? I don't believe you. I really don't. Where's like my in production tab? There should be like an in production tab over here. I don't want to automate it anywhere. Agenda, maybe? Nope. Nope, that's the menu. Construction does increase employment, yes. I mean, yeah, there's that. Current construction. That's not what I meant. There's a thing in most of these where you can keep track of major events. You can even customize it in a lot of these, and I don't see that. Is this it, maybe? Nope. What about this? Nope. We'll come back to that. So, construction, once it's finished, proximity will improve, and you'll see a control rise. Construction of buildings, RGOs, and regiments work similarly. They cost ducats, require goods, and take time. So roads and harbors increase proximity. Proximity increases control. Control improves crown power, tax base, and levies. Once again, I like these graphics. These are good. Before we finish... Oh, hey, yes, that! That is the exact thing I was just wondering about. The game heard me. The Outliner is apparently what it's called. The Outliner is an overview of what is going on in your country. See the road you just built under the construction group. Yeah, this, can I just say the Outliner as a concept? I think Stellaris invented it. Don't quote me on that. But the Outliner as a concept is a godsend for keeping track of everything, especially when you start to really get into it, right? So yeah, and you can also expand or contract categories, and I feel like there's a way to customize these two to show certain things. Yep, here we go. So you can actually show specific things or don't show specific things, and that's awesome. Outliner shows what's going on. Construction. Yes, we are currently constructing gravel roads right there. It'll take us 393 days. I apparently need to try vanilla eggnog. By the way, sorry I didn't say hi earlier, Zach Taft. Hi, Zach Taft. Oh, hey, Whiskerwood is on sale. It's another game we'll play someday. I have no idea. I don't appear to have a music player. Maybe it's just not unlocked yet. Anyway, so Outliner. Open the context menu. Pin a country location. Sure, let's pin here. Pin. Pin. There we go. Pinned. Oh, excuse me. We can also do it here and pin it this way. I do like the context menu, now that I'm thinking about it. It's because, like, let's see, what do we got here? Right, buildings, there's that's the market it's part of, that's its population, that's what it's producing. It's lumber, it has no forts, you can build the roads. Here's who owns it. We need to get conquered. We haven't conquered anyone yet. Knowing how this works, what's probably happening is my wife is currently being like, have you conquered anywhere yet? And I'm like, no, "Han, please, I'm just still trying to figure out the bureaucracy." And she's like, "If you don't really get conquering, I'm going to go after that other guy down the court, and I think he'll be more willing to conquer." And it's like, okay, fine. I'll go to war with Napoleon. God. The automation panel. Okay. Just don't invade Russia. Invading Russia! Actually, invading Russia is a totally valid strategy in a lot of these games, because Russia tends to be, well, that. Completely non-unified. And it's best to take Russia before they get unified, because there's Muscovy right there, right? And Muscovy, hi Walker. Muscovy is one of the powers that might form Russia. Another big one is Novgorod up there. And let's just knock that over before that becomes an issue. Yeah, yeah. When the horde collapses, because let's be clear, the horde's going to collapse. That's a good time to kind of take some bites out. Although the problem is where we are. We actually aren't in a good conquering position for that. We'd have to go up through the Byzantines, Bulgaria, and then up this way to really get an angle, because the alternative is just going through wave after wave of nonsense, including going across the Caucasus. And let's just be clear, you don't want to conquer across the Caucasus. Yeah, we can invade Sweden. It's right there. Let's invade Sweden. To war. Sweden has a negative 107 opinion of us. That is hysterical. We also do not have diplomatic contacts with Sweden, so I actually can't go to war with them yet. Okay, so we recommend you stick to what's been said and go back to the panel when you feel comfortable. So this is our automate. We can automate our balance, our trade, our production, our buildings, our menus, our subsidizing, our destroying, our estates, RGOs, research, laws, reforms, cabinets, parliaments, estates, cultural acceptance, religious doctrines, diplomacy interactions, rivals, exploration, colonies, army, navy, generals, and admirals. So you can automate a huge swath of the game. Or none of it, and it's gradient. That's awesome. And I even like what it says here. You should set this stuff to, automate whatever you're not comfortable with until you are. And once you're comfortable with it, then you turn it off. That's great. I was wondering when that would show up. So these are our alerts. We have a lot. Oh, God. Okay, so let me give you a little piece of advice from me personally. When you first launch one of these games, one of the first things that's going to happen is you're going to be absolutely flooded with alerts. And it's going to feel overwhelming, and it's easy to kind of get into that pseudo panic spiral of, oh God, what, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, what do I do, what do I do? Don't get into that. Just take it easy, glance at it. It's usually not a big deal. Go through it sequentially. Start the game on pause. Almost every one of these games starts with you just sitting on pause for however many minutes or hours while you set everything up. Don't worry about it. Don't freak out about it. It's okay. So the alerts. Red tends to be most urgent, then yellow, then green. You will not get alerts for parts of the game you have automated. Let's look at the agenda. Okay. What's this? We're at the end of the basic walkthrough. We suggest you embark on a mission. Yeah, no, that's actually a great comparison. Treat your first day in these games like creating a character in an RPG. Take your time with it, sit down, figure it out, customize it. I want this, I need this, I want this. Let's see what this is going on. Maybe make the ears a little bit bigger. Gotta have the large eyebrows. You get the idea. Missions. So let's open missions. What do we got? Mission. Okay, economy, politics, or expansion. Well, we already said we were going to do expansion. Start the expansion walkthrough. Boom. So let's look at the military panel. So, armies, war, occupy, locations, regiments. There's levies, regulars, and mercs. Levies are crap, but cheap. They're chaff. Regulars are professional. They require manpower and money. And time. Mercenaries require money and money and money. At the start of your game, most countries rely on levies, but as time progresses and advances are made, there'll be a shift to professional regiments. Navies are the naval equivalent armies and follow a similar pattern. Naval levies, ships require sailors. Take a moment to talk about manpower. As mentioned, regular regiments require manpower, but also be reinforced if they suffer casualties. Manpower comes from buildings that employ soldiers. Right now it's the sergeantry, which we actually do have a sergeantry. But why do we only generate one? Oh, it's because we're maintaining. So their army is actually eating up some of our manpower right now. Okay. We should talk more about war and the casus belli. Oh, really? Recycling only runs once every 2 weeks. So they will not come by to pick up the recycling until next week. That sucks. We have a lot of recycling to go out. Hi, Valerian. A war starts when a country issues a declaration of war upon another. War can be declared for a legitimate reason, which will make peace negotiations easier. Going to war without a casus belli is possible, but it'll have a bigger impact on your stability and the opinion of your neighbors. Oh, so we can be a warmonger. Best way to obtain a casus belli is requesting one from your parliament. Creating spy networks allow you to fabricate casus bellis if you have cores in their lands, or if you're rivals. Okay. Every war is won through accumulation of war score, which is gained by winning battles, occupying other locations, and achieving war goals. Every war is fought with a war goal, which depends on the casus belli, so none of this is new. War has 2 war leaders, both of which have multiple war allies. Ultimately, a war will end when both sides agree to a peace treaty. While you can occupy enemy territories, they will not actually change hands till the war is over and the peace treaty has ratified change of ownership. One of the earliest things that took a long time for me to properly process in these games is if you conquer a territory, it doesn't actually conquer a territory. Instead, you have to win the territory at the negotiation table. That's probably the single biggest change in a game like this compared to a game like Civilization. In Civilization, if you conquer a territory, it's yours. The end. You have conquered it. Congrats. In this, if you conquer a territory, it adds to your war goal. And you can gain some resources from it, from pillaging and other fun stuff, and you can deny it to the enemy. But ultimately, it's just a way to increase your war score. You need to get what you want at the negotiation table. While in a war, you'll accumulate war exhaustion. That's true, there is a total war option in Stellaris. They actually patched that in, too. War exhaustion, if it gets high enough, they will do worse in battle and your population will start to decline. The best way to lower war exhaustion is to be at peace. That said, there are laws and estate privileges that will reduce war exhaustion. So, roads and harbors, increase proximity, increase control, increase power. That is, oh, right, yeah. New lands will not be useful immediately. You need to stretch your control. Conquered lands, which is a state. When a location changes owner, it's usually through a peace treaty after war. But there are other ways, such as selling and diplomacy. Conquered locations need to be integrated. Conquered locations have lower conversion speed, lower assimilation speed, lower reduced control, reduced garrison, and 50% separatism. An integrated location has been properly incorporated in the state. It's thus much easier to govern. Conquered locations need to be integrated with a cabinet action that targets the whole province, and the speed relies on a lot of factors. Listen, Bragwin, you need to conquer, conquer, conquer. Get out there with your troops, walk all over the enemy. It's okay, they're paying you for it. The Patreon post will happen yesterday, obviously. Hello, Aisler. What month is this? This is November now, right? Yes. Hang on a second, Ross. Hang on. Hey, Asmirstar. I hope that you get better swiftly. Because being ill is no fun. There. Post is live, Walker. I'm going to have so much paperwork to do today. I might do a partial stream just to catch up on paperwork. And setting up my room. I want my room set up before Pokemon, one way or the other. Okay, so, conquer. It is often wise to create a subject in a new conquer land to rule the land on your behalf. Subject is any country that's subordinate. They can be separate. What kind of subjects are there? A non-sovereign subject is a type of subject that cannot act independently of its overlord, and thus has limited capacity to conduct diplomacy and cannot fight wars independently. Interesting. Okay, geopolitics. Eventually, and during the Age of Discovery, many countries will start their exploration efforts, and they will murder and pillage their way across the country. Or, sorry. Don't mean to be woke. Sorry. I shouldn't even joke. It really was a mess. From this panel, you can see an overview of your exploration abilities and possibilities for colonization. You'll need colonial range in order to reach it, and then you will need a sub from Ross. Starts Dragon Age 4, Star Ocean 2R, and Pokemon Legends ZA, and then Echo 2. Please tell me Echo 2 is a better game, Ross. Lie to me if you have to. 13 Sentinels. Yakuza, like. Appreciate you both. Thank you. Okay. You can do provinces in your country, diseases present in the world, sea zones relevant to you, maritime presence, dangers of pirates and privateers. No, Dame Celeste, this is not. So here's our colonies. We have nothing. We can commission conquistadors. Sounds like a terrible idea. Hi, Andrew. We're still on day 1. We haven't well, we unpaused as part of the tutorial. What's this? So this is our provinces. Nice at a glance here. That's pop, money. What's that? Control? Yeah. What's that? Levies, sailors, and food. I mean, VTMB2 was part of the Alpha Block. It just came out. I was pretty sure that one was not going to be a good one. So, explore the Mediterranean Sea. That costs 10 gold a month and will take 413 months. How long is that? Someone in chat, what is 413 divided by 12? Jesus. Oh, let me come back to that question. Hang on. So there's a monthly progress, exploration cost, exploration time. Yeah, okay. 35 years. Oh my God. 35 years to explore the Mediterranean. What? I hate to sound stupid. What is there to explore? It's the Mediterranean. We can see the whole thing. It's right there. What is there to explore? Missions are tasks. Yeah, okay, blah, blah, blah. Start an expansion mission, which we have already. Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, just launch satellites. Duh. 3 decades. God dang. Imagine being on a boat charting stuff for 35 years. I actually had a pattern every time I played Civ 5 where I wouldn't really expand much until I launched my first satellite. And I can't remember it now, but back in the day I would beeline for it because I remember the exact tech, and the exact building that would launch your very first, like the earliest satellite you could launch, right? And I'd launch that sucker immediately. And then I would start expanding, because now I could see the whole world. Like, that was a goal. Okay, so we have two options for our first mission. We can humiliate a rival, which will give us 20 spy network against every rival we surpass in terms of overall strength. Or we can do a regional expansion while progressing towards completion. Our nation will be influenced by speed of integration 10%. How did VTMB2 end up being in compared to my expectations going in? Better and worse than I was expecting, depending. The fact that it's the highest scoring game of the awful block says something, I think. Oh, hello. Okay, so raise a war chest, raise the army, obtain a casus belli, raise a navy, go to war, conquer a province. Okay, mission trees look a little different from 4. Oh, absolutely, Loke. But don't worry, we can take the rest back. All right. To my knowledge, the AI does have missions. I don't know if they do them. Yeah, it wasn't total garbage, Blade Troll, which is kind of what I was expecting. But it was also really bad. Okay, so let's raise a war chest. Spend a year getting random events. Let's raise the army, do. Okay, so we're going to have to... I could gain some ability, administration, diplomacy, and military. Yeah, it's been a minute. Don't worry, we're not there yet. I mean, this is a positive game, but I'm not reviewing it. Pokemon Red will almost guaranteed not be a net positive game. Like, I sincerely doubt Pokemon Red will be above 0. I would be shocked if it was. Yeah, I guess we could try that. Yeah, Pokemon Red Gen 1 is going to be so net. It's going to be like plus 500. It's going to blow everything away. Oh, God. See you around, Loke. Have a good day at work. Let's go with Raise the Army. Let's do that. Oh, we did it. Okay. So let's start the Raise the War Chest thing here. Okay, so we're on the mission to raise the war chest. Fire Red would be a way, way more positive. 100%. Fire Red is... I kind of am codified in my idea of that's my recommended first Pokemon game. But it also hit a really nice sweet spot of old and new. It did a lot right. It still had old game problems and old game flaws to it. And it doesn't really have a lot of quality of life features, but the leveling curve is way smoother. It has most of the modern concepts, such as the proper type spread and EV, effort values, and the IVs, all that fun stuff. All the mechanics, the core mechanics, are solidified by Gen 3. And it has the extra stuff they added on, and a couple of little story stuff, and it's just generally a better polished experience. It is a proper remake. It's one of the first games I ever called that term for. So we played Let's Go Eevee on camera. It was before the Oblivion line. Platy was actually our Vulpix. We were actually doing a cute challenge. We could only have cute Pokemon as part of our team. And Platy, my Vulpix, took down Mewtwo, and I'm still very proud of that. All right, so let's look at our alerts at the top. What do we got here? Okay, so we're in the middle of that. Okay, so let's get rid of that. Okay. We have no research. Can we research anything right now? Can we only... Is this our only research? Is organized religion? Okay. Seriously, am I reading this wrong? Is this it? Where's organized religion? Where's organized religion? There it is. Actually, yeah, we're kind of locked in at organized religion. Wow. Okay. All right. Well, let's research organized religion. Sure. Start research on that. And that'll finish... hang on. That's not going to tell me, is it? At some point. Okay, so here's our cabinet action. Though we actually don't have cabinet members assigned. Form new country. Let's do it. Oh. A republic. We need to get rid... Okay, so in order to be a republic, we have to reduce... No, we have to increase our burgher estate power. We have to have much higher aristocracy versus plutocracy. We have greater legitimacy. To become a theocracy, the clergy need to be in power. We need to be spiritualist, and we need more legitimacy. Oh, we're apparently a duchy right now. To go up to kingdom, we need a... Oh, God, we need way more to be a king. Let's not even think about that. Okay, so hang on. Cabinet. We probably need to assign some cabinet members. Now, in EU4, cabinet members were useful, but also expensive as hell. Like, they cost way too much freaking money. So hang on. So it looks like we don't have specific cabinet posts anymore. So in EU4, there was like, you know, and in CK3 actually, and CK2 for that matter, there was like, this person's job is this thing, this person's job is this thing. So you wanted specific stats for those slots. But here, it looks like it's just 3 cabinet members. We have 3 cabinet seats, that's it. And there's something that actually can change our number of seats. We can also lock a cabinet to prevent automation from doing it. Okay. Well, sure. You. I'm gonna rename you because I can't spell that or pronounce that. How do I rename you? Let me rename you. Let me rename you. Is it seriously not gonna let me rename you? Can I rename myself at least? No. Why can't I rename myself? Can I at least rename my capital? What? Okay, for real. Surely I could rename my capital. There it is. Thank you. Okay, so we're just gonna call this... Core. Make it nice and simple. Or we could do lore keep. Lore keep. Okay. So now I just need to rename myself. Which I can do, right. Let me rename you. He looks just like me. Whatever. We'll do it the other way. Fine. Okay, you. I want to appoint you as a cabinet advisor. Yes. Okay, so let me look at my cabinet now. Yeah, it's identical. Wait, no, hang on. I don't have the hat. Hang on a second. Okay, now the resemblance is uncanny. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I noticed that, Andrew. He has admin, diplo, and military. I can promote him to the head of the cabinet. I lose legitimacy. That costs 120 gold. So what's head of the cabinet mean? Character receives the following bonuses. Cannot be removed from cabinet. Efficiency increased by 25%. Can no longer lead armies or navies. That's it. So massive increase in cabinet efficiency. All right, so what do we got? Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, this. I just. Okay. Let's. Okay, so societal values, develop province, increase monthly development by 0.0025. Jesus. Improve relations, population migration speed, expel people. What? We need to get rid of them foreigners. Let's see, increase control, assimilate populations into our culture, convert province, rebel crackdown, settle tribesmen, so turn tribesmen into peasants. Stability investment increase, legitimacy investment. We can foster new cultures. We can integrate provinces. We can do recovery efforts, and we can reduce war exhaustion. Oh my god. Yeah, unfortunately, developed province is probably the correct answer here. It's a shame he has the most military stat, but like, I don't really have any need of that at the moment. I will, because I'm going to go conquering very soon here. I want all of this land to be mine. It must belong to Lord Keep. But for now, yeah, let's go and develop province of. So it doesn't actually say Lord Keep. That's funny, but I happen to know it's there. So yeah, go ahead and start boosting the development of Lord Keep, shall you? What is our development here? 27. Is there a development map mode? Surely there is. Probably under economy. Yeah, there is development. We're actually pretty well developed, all things considered. Okay. Of course, we need to conquer Constantinople. That has to happen. So here's the real question. Do we beeline the Byzantines, or do we try to take the peninsula first? That's the real question. There's so many map modes. Oh my god. Okay, so, hang on. So... let's go ahead and appoint him. That's going to still be expensive, but that's okay. And he has a much higher administration skill and diplomacy skill. So let's have him... Honestly, development still feels like the right move. That's our current development. Let's go ahead and develop up Izmit, I think. That's kind of our secondary hub. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just get developing there, just kind of raise those values. I'm going to leave my third cabinet member alone for right now. I don't have that much money. Okay, so what do we got? We've got plenty of possible diplomatic actions. We need to declare war. War. What's our rep with the Byzantines? They hate us. Perfect. How about the Germanids? We're cool with them. The Karasids, we're cool with them. Canarids, we're cool with them. We're not cool with Ahis, so we could conquer them. Anybody doesn't like us, we could conquer. It's like a free casus belli. I'll be like, hey, do you like me? No. To war! That is a good question, Sub-Zero. And truthfully, I'm not sure how it works. We'll have to find out. But no, so we're going to go to war with these people first, 100%. We're going to stomp these people into the ground. So let's see. Hostile actions. We need to cast his belly against them. So let's cleanse the heresy. That's not what we want. I want, like, show superiority? No, I want to conquer them. I want to claim them. I want to take all of their resources and all of their people and feed them into the fires of war. Sorry. I want to rule on high as Sultan. Is that so much to ask? Let's see. I could send an insult. We could declare a rivalry, maybe? Yes, I want to conquer them. We could block building in our territory. We could offer them a loan. It gives them a casus belli against us. Yeah, let's see if we don't go to declare war. So conquer cost is 50%, but they only have so many territories. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 territories we want to claim. Still, that's gonna be expensive as hell. It's gonna increase our antagonism. There's our what is that? Aggressive expansion penalty. The Papal States will not like us for some reason. Why? Come on. There's 794 countries which won't like us doing this. Screw it. Let's just declare war. Yes. We're at war. Okay. We'll come back to that. Yes, raise all the levies, please. Yes. Population from a levy will be reduced by 1 as their families follow them. Alright, do it. Get the levies up. Let's see. More possible. So hang on. So we need, like, peaceful interactions too, right? So who do we want to ally with? We want to at least have one friendly, right? Now, it's not going to be the Golden Horde. Serbia, maybe? Hungary? Naples? Venice? We could try to reach out to Venice. They don't like us a lot. We could try to increase our rep with Venice. Croatia. Well, what's for Croatia? Croatia is negative 128 towards us. Poland is negative. Nobody likes us. Where's our dip mode? Hang on. What's our dip mode? What's their opinion of us? So here's our opinion map. So anything green likes us, anything red doesn't. I don't think Europe likes us very much. Look at that red. Oh my god. Okay, so I'm getting the vibe that we should probably reach for a friend east rather than west. Yeah, the Christian penalty is gigantic. In fact, I bet if I moused over this. Yeah, different culture, different societal value. Oh, yeah, no, there's Bulgarian view of Sunni countries. Yeah, that's negative 80 just from religion. Okay. So, who, where's the Mamluks? Are those the Mamluks? Those are the Mamluks. The Mamluks are negative point... So the Mamluks are 0. That's not terrible. Georgia hates us. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Persia doesn't exist yet. Not in any cohesive force. Honestly, the Golden Horde might not be a bad idea. Just kind of get on their good side. Because, like, we're actually in really good rep with everyone on the peninsula, which sucks, because I kind of want to conquer all of them. And I don't like conquering people that like me. Maybe we could, like, peacefully conquer? Just kind of have, like, an in-betweeny thing? I don't know. Yeah, let's reach out. What do we got? Friendly actions. Curry favor will increase They will owe us. They will owe us favors. So favors are a resource, huh? Favors. They represent how much a country has promised or owes to another country. They can be spent to ask you to do something. If they get to unbalance, refusing to do things cause loss of trust and diplomatic rep. And a sub from President Clamp. President Clamp, thank you very much, as always. That's a good point. We could try to vassalize the peninsula. That's not a bad idea. And see how that mechanic works, too, while we're at it. President Clamp. And a thank you. Thank you very much. But you didn't put it towards anything, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to conquer you now, President Clamp. I'm so sorry. Where's favors? Favors. What's that? That's navies. That's armies. The golden armies. Jesus Christ. Tax base. Where's favors? Surely somewhere on this screen it tells how many favors we have. No. Try. Profess trust. That I can do. Doom, the Dark Ages, Yakuza, Kiwami 2, and Dispatch. I would get absolutely destroyed, President Clamp. You're not President Clamp, literal. I don't know if you knew that. Economy Act. What else can we do for? We can buy a location. Offer a. They will not take an alliance because we're at war. That's actually funny. Let's just improve opinion, shall we? Let's just get in good with them. Let's just walk away from that and just start improving our opinion with the Golden Horde's opinion of us. But yeah, so I agree. We should probably start to diplomacy conquer. So let's see here. Invite artist. So how do I conquer you, but without military? Access actions, economy actions, overt actions, assassinate. Ooh. Agitate for liberty. Well, that's terrible act, is what I would say there. Hopefully that's just them talking out their ass to the shareholders, as usual. Because Square Enix has said a lot of things to the shareholders that not only didn't happen, but were complete nonsense. And that sounds like complete nonsense to me. It's okay if they ever go that way and I could just stop buying their games. Like, I've gotten to this weird part of my life where it's like, oh, hey, you know, the Final Fantasy series is dead. That sucks. Moving on. Like, I've already seen too many IPs die, you know what I mean? You want to ruin something, go ruin something. I got other stuff to do. I got plenty of other things to play. It's not a lie, Sub-Zero. We have plans to engage in increasing our AI dependency by up to 70% in the future. Fast forward a bit. We haven't quite met our goal lines in increasing our AI dependency, but don't worry, we're still working on it full tilt. Fast forward a bit. In the future, you get it. Can you, yeah, prove it's a lie. In court. Good luck. I noticed there's no, like, anything here. There's alliance, which they will not take. Because we're at war. But there's no, like, join me. There's no vassalize. Maybe I could, how do I go to war to vassalize? Do I have to just go to war and then, like, choose vassalize as the option? But that's going to make them hate me. I don't want them to hate me. Well, there's only two influence actions: a propose ruler and use favors to call into war. Maybe it won't show me because I'm at war? Hmm. Oh, whatever. We'll come back to that. All right, so let's get rid of that for a second. Laws not codified. Okay, harem laws. Uh, 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 okay. So we could disperse the harem, which increases our education and reduces costs. That's like universally positive. There's no detriment to that. We could also have a secluded harem, which also has no detriment, which increases counter-espionage and reduces cost to court. Excuse me. We have extravagant harem, which obviously is more expensive, but reduces the cost of artists and increases our prestige. We can have a powerful harem, which gives us crown power and reduced estate, which is always nice. Allow females in cabinet, that's nice. Public harem. Public harem. Reduces counter-espionage, increases legitimacy, and progresses towards... So, hang on. We can produce decentralization, conciliatory, aristocracy, or traditionalist. I don't like any of those. The closest would be aristocracy, and even that's just kind of... Yeah, let's look at our societal values here. So, central versus decentral, traditional versus innovative, spiritualist versus humanist, aristocracy versus plutocracy, serfdom versus free subjects, blah, 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 blah. Well, let's go and do public harem. Our harem not only provides safe succession, but a prestigious status symbol. Sure, whatever. Done. What are the laws we got? Okay, so slave conversion policy. Okay. Where's get rid of slave? Alright, so we can allow slaves to have their own religion, or we could force slaves to convert on threat of death, which is something that they actually did back in the day. Yeah, I remember I was playing EU4 one time, and I was in a state where I was ready to get rid of slavery. I was like, all right, let's do it. And it turned out I literally couldn't, because there was, I think, a hard time deadline on it, which I hadn't reached yet. Like, literally, you couldn't even start to get rid of slavery until a certain date in the timeline. I was like, oh, okay. Well, shoot. I don't remember which patch that was. It was a while ago. All right, so... Sure, allow slave religion. It's as good as we're getting right now. What else we got? Jurisprudence. Oh, here we go. Progress towards communalism, conciliatorism, spiritualism, or traditionalism. It's communalism. Communalism or individualism. Okay. What's conciliatory? Conciliatory versus belligerent. Okay. Let's go with trade efficiency. I don't want any of those. Possible reforms, huh? Where's reforms? Oh yeah, by the way, moving the capital costs 20 legitimacy and 482 gold. Yikes. And yeah, we can't... Why does it say we can do a reform? Why does it say we can do a government reform? What's it talking about? Oh, here's our values. So we're decentralized, innovative, humanist, aristocratic, free subjects, belligerent, quality over quantity, offensive, land versus naval, traditional versus capital, individual versus communist, and jurisprudent versus mysticism. Oh, these are reforms. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? I mean, I said this earlier. Slavery in a lot of these games is OP from a gameplay perspective. It's like getting rid of slavery is a hard mode thing, which I kind of don't mind because that really shouldn't be the reason you get rid of slavery, you know? Hmm. But yeah, real slavery isn't great. So like maybe have there be some benefit there? I don't know. Okay. Uh, hmm. So I'm tempted to either reform by increasing autocracy or adding a trade office network. Trade office network reduces the cost of foreign buildings, increases our diplomatic range, and increases our trade range. Autocracy increases my power and pushes us towards aristocracy. I know what you're thinking. Why not increase food production? Because that increases serfdom, which is not something I want to do. Hang on, before we commit to that, is there like a trade thing here? Buildings, opposite needs, rebel movements. We already have. Wow. Trade. Trade. Oh, hey, it's the first war of Ottoman aggression. Sorry, I should laugh at that. Trade, 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 trade. Okay. These markets. How do we interact with a trade? Here we go. Okay. Okay. So, okay. Constantinople is trading with lots of places right now. For marble, salt, mercury, liquor, and medicaments. I like how food is an entire tab of the trade market. That actually kind of appeals to me. Okay, so lots of market attraction. It's owned by the Byzantine Empire. Oh, we're taking over the Constantinople market, 100%. It's just we're gonna work on that. And we can see the trade routes there. It looks like Venice is still a what do they call that? An endpoint, a trade endpoint. Some places trade goes through, some places trade ends at. Node? Although, actually, that's coming out of Venice, not going into it. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they got rid of that. That was the thing in EU4. Okay, so how do we do anything? What is all this? Buildings, resource gathering, market to import, market to export. Oh, and this is all our... Oh my god, that's all the resources. Stockpile, supply, demand. Goods. Oh, Jesus. Okay, hold up. Yeah, end nodes. That was it. End nodes. Hmm. Hmm. Well, at the moment, and this is very at a glance, it looks like the only real thing we can do with the market is conquer it. Literally, just take over territories. So let's walk. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that because I don't know how to do any of that. Um. Oh yeah, Tara said I should do something, which is societal tab. So no rebels yet, which is nice. Rebels are growing very slowly. We have a lot of peasants for some reason. Time to convert our religion. Oh god, we actually can. We can convert to Judaism, Shiaism, Sunnism, well, I already went Shiism, or Orthodoxy, which most of our people actually are anyways. Values? Yeah, here we go. So, okay. Currently, we're actually pretty decentralized. That increases development in country goes down, control in country goes down, works of faith go down, market fares go up, communal lands go up, Ghazi lords go up, feudal administration goes up, traditional distribution goes up. So, hang on. When centralization is dominant, it increases crown power, war exhaustion goes down, proximity cost goes down, and counter espionage goes down. Okay, so hold on, hold on. Um, let's look at these. No, no, don't cancel. So, while serfdom is dominant, increases the taxes from the peasants. Gee. Increases peasant food consumption, increases output, increases supply limit. While we're free, it reduces taxes, but reduces food consumption, increases promotion speed by double, by the way, and increases prosperity. Interesting. Yeah, this is what I was wondering about. Traditional or a capital. So capital economy reduces building cost, reduces food production, increases interest, and increases efficiency. Traditional increases building cost, but also increases output, population capacity, and food production. Okay. Quality versus quantity. Quality makes army more expensive, faster recovery speed, better tactics, and better initiative, while their quantity, they're cheaper, they have better frontage, they have much reduced initiative, and they take less food. I, it's green, Terra, is what I meant. Interest is green. up or down is so relative in these games that I tend to say up when it's green and down when it's red, regardless of the specifics. I've actually done that several times already, on purpose, actually. So antagonism. Reduced reputation. Casus Belli takes longer. Oh no, hang on. Reduced reputation. War cost is better. Spy network is better. Well, conciliatory. Cabinet is better. Loyalty is better. Casus Belli is worse. And land taking is worse. The only thing that's overwhelmed me so far is the market. All of this makes sense to me and lines up. Even the mission tree, which is rather extensive. But that market tab is absolutely bonkers. And I don't fully understand how to interact with it. Not this tab. This tab's fine. No, this tab. I don't fully understand this tab. Or more to the point, I don't understand what to do. Like, I understand the tooltips. I understand what it's telling me. I understand, like... Come on, click the market. There we go. Like, this makes perfect sense. Sure. Okay, that's the capacity. Yep, I know how that works. That's the merchants and how much money merchants are making in a given thing. Okay, that's cool. Trade advantage. Yep, that lines up. But what do I do? I don't know how to interact with this tab yet. So we're just going to shelve that for right now. So rivals. We could rival the Byzantines. The Trapezunt. Who are you? Who are you? Oh, these guys up here. They don't like us. Why don't you like us? Cyprus, Sicilia, the Aenids, or the Eretnids. There's the Eretnids. We cannot replace a rival while at war. We'll get back to that. I might actually... Where's our automation thing? Where's trade? Just automate trade. Like, that's literally a button. It's actually one of the top buttons on the list, even. I'm going to do that for right now. We'll come back to that. Because I can always turn that off, which is a great feature, by the way. Okay, so... So we'll rival someone in a minute. We have lots of unmarried children. My God. We have many unmarried children. There are no possible countries to arrange a marriage with. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Well, continue to not be married. Religious actions. Okay, so we can do a pilgrimage, change our main school, call upon the faithful. Or we could convert to Orthodox. How do we convert to Orthodox? What does this do? What does this do? That will cost us 50 stability, putting us at negative 46. I don't want to know what that's going to do. It doesn't even show that. It's just wow. Okay. Why don't we come back to that too? Do I care about jurisprudence? Okay, hang on. So let's look at some of the big things. So the wild game, the Constantinople market. Wait. So there's a building in... Where is this? Where is this? It doesn't actually tell me. Oh my God. Come on. Work with me here. No, we haven't conquered anything yet. Developing. Your rivals will never see it coming. That's a fair point. We can hire privateers, which costs sailors. Okay, so hold on. We do have some rebels. Or we don't have some rebels? Yeah, we probably won't try to change our religion right now, especially since that would basically set the entire country on fire. As much as I liked game overing. So let's just do that. Sudden music swell here. Yeah, Orthodoxy is one of the stronger religions in EU4. It's kind of funny, actually. So, okay. This says... What's going on here? It needs wild game, right? There's a lot of demand for wild game. Okay. Current price is 1 gold per wild game. Okay. So, open RGO builder. We want wild game, I think? I'm trying to even understand this. So that's lumber. Lumber. Wild game. Okay, so we're doing something. We are expanding hunting. Okay, so in about 6 months, we will expand hunting market in here. I don't 100% know what that's going to do. Figure it out. We have no buildings. Okay, so... How do I build? I don't want to build a road. I want to build a building. That's getting expanded, but that's the RGO. I need the building. Nobles, clerics, laborers. Here we go. Aha! Okay. Mason, clothmaker, crops farm, but I don't think any of these are what I want. So I want a labor building. Can I get like a forest village? No. There doesn't seem to be a building to increase wild game intake. If I'm glancing at this correctly. So let's walk away from that for the moment. This is the province with wild game. This is it. And there was a tooltip earlier that said there's no building that is currently producing this. Well, yeah, I know there's this. I'm already expanding this. See? It's, no. Let me show you what I was talking about. You see this right here? Wild game buildings in the Constantinopolis market. Specifically buildings, not the RGOs. Those are different concepts. There are no buildings that can produce wild game. Requirements not met. So, I assumed... So this is getting into a presumptuous. I assumed that meant I have no buildings that can produce wild game. So I was going to go build one. Like just a hunting lodge was what I was thinking, right? But it's I suppose in hindsight, it's also possible that means that no buildings exist. That it's not an option. Let me see something here. So you can produce iron buildings, yeah? Okay, what about this? There's no buildings that can produce silk, no buildings for wild game, no buildings for marble, but that makes no sense. No buildings for rice? No buildings for beeswax? No buildings for copper? Yeah, oh, we might not have the tech. That's a valid point, Tara. We might not be there yet, tech-wise. Okay, that makes more sense. Because I was going to say, bull crap. There's no such thing as a building that produces copper, right? I mean, just a basic smeltery, you know? Okay, well, that sucks. Yeah, I've only glanced at the tech tree. We'll look at that more in a second. So it still says it wants me to do something here. Buildings are missing input goods. What do you want me to do about that? We are currently expanding our wild game. And yeah, that's it. We're expanding our wild game. So I don't know what else to do about that, so I'm just going to move on. Rebels. We're fine on rebels. Our army has no commander. Well, what's that guy? Increased infantry power, inspiring leader. Is that me? That's me, isn't it? Well, I have 100 military, so I'm going to lead the army myself. We have populations with needs not being met. Lots of needs are not being. We need game, rice, fruit, ivory, cloth, books, furniture, and sturdy grains. Oh my god. Okay, that's a bajillion things. Yeah, I haven't thrown it up yet, Freeze. I'm not sure when I'm going to throw it up yet. Since we're still kind of in the middle of things and I lost like 2 weeks of production time, I'm kind of on pause for the polls. They'll come back. I'm not going to walk away from the concept. I'm just paused on it right now. Okay, what's that? That's our price of goods. Yikes. Ivory and silk are really expensive. Okay. Well, the thing everyone really wants is wild game. Which I am already doing something with. Let's just hold off on that. So what's that? Unmarried adult heir. Well, nobody wants to marry him. Give me a second, I'll tell you. So, I still want to call it. Let's go and do this. Let's just do a marriage. Go marry. One of these two people. They're both... There's a 47-year-old and a 52-year-old. There's no reason to do that. I hate to say that, but there's no... Of course, how old is he? He's 30. Okay. Hang on. Let's go back to that marriage thing. Let's reset that. Seriously? Seriously, no one. No one is in his age range. You've got to be kidding me. In fact, why? If I got rid of every filter, the only people who are willing to marry me, or rather marry my son, is the Germanians here. Germanids? I don't know. Okay, whatever. He gets to be unmarried. Congratulations. Unprofitable buildings. There's a lot of those. Okay. So why are you unprofitable? What's happening here? What is causing that? Germanids. Germanids. I was actually thinking that, Shadow Machine. Not immediately, though. That's a big game. I don't put big games on the monthly poll. Not yet. So, why aren't you making money? Hang on. So... Good morning, Evo. Yes, I will actually be playing as Croatia when we review EU4. Okay, this is once again, it's a market thing, I swear. I feel very stupid. So these buildings are apparently unprofitable. I can't figure out why. Correct, Evo. You are the first person to just figure that out without me having to tell you. I give you one of these cookies. Enjoy the cookies. Eat the cookies. All right, sorry. Okay. So, in order to produce a clay pot, it requires clay, wood, and tools. Okay, that makes sense. I'm with that. There's an upgrade path. I don't really know what that means, per se. I guess that's just making better versions of these. It takes a month, excuse me, a year to build that. It costs 50 gold to make one. But, like, I want to know about why this... Okay, this is irritating. So, like, if I pull up Potter's Guild, it says, here's the places you can build one. I don't want to know about the ones that are built. I want to know the ones that already exist. So that one's in Lorekeep, right? So let's go... Let's do this. Where's my Potter's Guild in Lorekeep? Yeah, this one right here. Okay, here. This is... Okay, this is the first interface negative I have. Okay, check this out. Let's walk through this sequentially. If I mouse over this, it says these buildings are unprofitable. I say, okay, let's click open that alert. And it gives me the Build Buildings tab, which is not what I want. I want the specific building that is not profitable, which I found in the City tab. So now I can look at this and see, aha, there's your potteries, there's your income, that's why it's not making money. And I can finally understand what the hell I'm looking at. It is using 1.14 clay, 0.13 wood, and 0.05 tools to produce 1.23 clay pots. And it is not making sense. You can subsidize it to keep employment of the pops, or else it will lay off workers while it is not making money. Now, here's the question. Why isn't it making money? So, and don't give me that because it's not selling enough. Why? So, let's unfreeze for like a day. There we go. All right, that didn't seem to change anything. So, production efficiency is good. The building level's 2 out of 11. It doesn't even have full employment. So, market access is good. Yeah, that's fine. That's its pottery. That's its cost, and that's its income. So it sounds like the problem is the cost of clay lumber and tools is just too high. Okay, that actually makes sense. Once again, I find myself with a question, though. How do I affect that? Do I affect that? Do I just subsidize until standards? Do I care about having pottery? Is pottery something that matters to me? Hang on. Do you care about pottery? Let's see here. Porcelain, potatoes, pottery. Here we go, pottery. We don't have much of a stockpile because we're just building it now. Pottery price is not great. We can export pottery. But if I'm reading this correctly, we don't care about pottery. Like, our needs right now are all this stuff, right? Books, fine cloth, excuse me, not silk. Fruit, furniture, ivory, whatever that is, rice, sturdy grains, and of course wild game. So, here's what I'm thinking. Now, let's go back over here. Let's go ahead and subsidize to keep them functional. What? No. We also would destroy or produce more, not that we want to produce more. Yeah, the Jewelers Guild is making plenty of money. Of course they are. So let's subsidize these. And how do I do that? I saw that option earlier. Much more complicated, Evo. I'm still figuring out... I basically haven't unpaused yet. How do I subsidize? How do I subsidize? Sure, let's go ahead and subsidize the Pottery Guild, and we're definitely going to subsidize the Glass Guild for the same basic reason. And that should be everything? It says there's a Mason that's unprofitable. We probably want to keep our Masonries in access. That feels like a thing we want to do. So we'll go ahead and subsidize them as well. We'll just live with that for the moment. Rise of the Turks. What is this? Oh my gosh. What is this? Oh, it's a situation. Okay. I can look at that. We'll sit on that for right now. Okay, so we're expanding our wild game. We're raising our levies. We're building 2 roads. We are also developing 2 of our provinces. I think that's kind of all we can do at the moment. I think we might be ready to unpause. So, we are missing a cabinet slot, but I'm really low on money, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. Let's go ahead and unpause. Let's see what happens. Let's get our levies up. 2 weeks to finish raising the... That's pretty fast. I mean, I guess we could build more. We're really low on money. Let's go to our build tab. Production. Here we go. So... we can make tons of money off slaves. I don't want to overbuild. What's this? Yeah, what don't we have? That's what I want to know. We don't have a dye maker. We don't have a lot of stuff down here. A distiller's guild. What's that? Brings in all kinds of potential stuff, including pots, and turns it into alcohol. Oh, what else? Stone quarry, tar kiln. There's that market village. This is something Tara mentioned. So market village increases possible laborers, possible soldiers, reduces peasant power. Yeah, we can't do the borrow money and then expel the Jews option. Increases trade advantage, trade capacity, and produces all kinds of stuff. Basically turns raw materials into materials. I like how we have no market villages at all. We also make a naval supplies guild, a cloth maker, a tailor's guild. Do we have access to any of this? What is this? So we have cloth, wool, and silk. I think we have like all of that. Hang on, hang on. Mouse over. Nope, nope. Mouse over. So we do have access to wool. We do have access to silk. We do not have access to cloth, and there's no cloth nearby. Well, let's go ahead and... So, okay, let's build a market village. Where do we build a market village? What kind of place would be beneficial to build a market village in? I suppose we would sort by profit. Number of available workers, location, number of buildings, and of course profit. That's literally every rural area. Aren't we trying to reduce the number of rural? Okay, how do we define rural? That's a real question. Because I'm also thinking long term here. So hang on. Are all of these rural areas? Because I can only build in rural areas? It is. It is. I can tell because I can't build here. Yeah, I can't build it in a town, and I can't build it in a city. Yep. Okay. Okay. I'm found. Let's... Hold on. Let's rewind. So, production... there's different employment system. Most profitable first. Infrastructure, then most profitable. Interesting. Equality. Increases communalism. That's interesting. I'll play with that later. Okay, so hold on, hold on. So we don't want to build more towns, which sounds a little contradictory. Which is good, because it looks like I can't... Hang on, let's just pull some random... You up here. So let's say I wanted to make a town up here on the coast. Can I? So, hang on. We can't build anything there. Okay. Okay. Fishing village, market village, forest village. So, villages, obviously. No, you're absolutely correct, Lord Hermon. It actually got worse in the industrial era. But yeah, this is definitely the era in which cities and towns were, whatever the formal term is for that, where it was net negative. They had to import people to keep the town functional. So that's what I was thinking, Dakota. Do we have to, so like, if we have to build a village, then we upgrade the village? So hang on, do we have a village anywhere? Is actually really the question. How do I find that? Do I have a village anywhere? By how many? By how many I have? Marketplaces make money, right? Oh no, marketplaces don't make any money at all. Oh no. They increase trade advantage. We'll come back to that. It looks like I do not have any villages yet. Okay. So, our options for villages are... oops, wrong one. This one. Here we go. Fishing, market, forest. Forest increases food. Market is obvious and also increases food. Fishing is expensive, but increases food and provides sailors. Okay. So, let's go... because we have no sailors at all. Let's go and get a fishing village going. It's going to actually cost us, but let's go ahead and work on that. And then... no, it's actually in the starting thing, Aesler. Although, in the future, if you're not sure if something's a spoiler, just say, you know, something other than, here's the spoiler. Listen, Aesler, this is... I don't know if this is a spoiler, but it was his sled. You know, it's just... don't do that. So let's pull some random-ass place here, like you. And let's build a market village here. Let's just... do that. Tribesmen. Oh, right, I'm stupid. Ooh, and we're out of money. Okay, we're officially out of money. But something else I wanted to try out here. Hang on. Marketplaces. That increases trade advantage. Now, I don't know what trade advantage does yet, but it might tell me. Hey, impacts how much trade advantage the owner... yeah, okay, so trade advantage. Trade advantage in the country determines who will get their exports fulfilled first. If there's a limited amount of supply of goods, they get distributed in the trade advantage each... okay. So just to rewind here, where's our market? That was... Oh, gosh. Market. There it is. So, trade advantage. So, we are 4th on trade advantage, which isn't terrible. We're behind Athens, behind Bulgaria, and behind the Byzantines. Could be worse, could be better. We're actually just ahead of Venice and Genoa. It's actually a good question, Blade Jamal. I don't know. Okay. So, let's go over here. Where can we build marketplaces? Nowhere. I mean, we could build more, but nowhere is the answer. No, you're fine, Aisler. Obviously, it's not a spoiler that the Black Death exists. It's just, like, general advice, right? If you walk into someone, did you know that in Star Wars, insert spoiler here happens? Like, don't do that. Hey, you can also turn off the Black Death. So it looks like the only 3 places I can build towns in at all are my 3 cities, which makes sense. And sorry, by towns I mean markets. I actually already have 2 here, and 1 here. What? Go away. Did you know that if you bilk your customers, you'll make more money? I would consider that a spoiler, yeah. Especially since I'm not sure I would even necessarily agree. Now, if I say, hey, Lord Harrimont, do you think this game has a high writer factor? And then you answer me, I'm not going to be like, how dare you spoil Stan? Okay. So, okay. I know what you meant. The Ottoman slave uprising is on its way, along with the Orthodox zealots. Yes, I know I have unmarried children. I can't do anything about it. Nobody wants to marry my son. He's just that ugly. All right, let's unpause. Let's go to war. I still want to conquer. Let's go push it back up to 3. Who are we at war with? Oh, yeah, those guys. Okay. So let's have them go over here. Wait, hang on. Supply limit is 26. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We don't have to worry about that just yet. Go ahead and send you over there. Go ahead and send you over there as well. Pause for a sec. Rather unpause. We're currently researching organized religion. It's just... frickin' peasants. Always gotta be a problem. What was that? What? Though the great Seljuks in the days of our state has inherited an important legacy from Persia, our bureaucrats write in Persian language and style. However, Greek subjects would like to see this changed. Our governance is to instead look to the example provided by Byzantium and bureaucratic documents written in Greek. Such a radical reform would be sure to anger the Turkish tribes. You're the Turks. So hang on. If we say no, Greek pops lose satisfaction. We gain prestige. We gain legitimacy. That's the historical option. Bureaucrats use Greek. Increases satisfaction of Greeks by a lot. Greek becomes the new court language. We lose 20 stability. Ouch. We can do bilingual. All Greek pops gain some language, and we grant Jimmy bureaucrats to the Zimmy. I don't know what the Zimmy are. I still don't know these names. I know it's one of our estates. Jimmy, I don't know. I don't know. I'm playing as the Ottomans. I can't pronounce anything. Okay. I don't know what you want from me. Honestly, I'd go with the Greek option if not for the 20 stability. We only have 5. Like, we're not great on stability right now. Near as I can tell, there is no downside to bilingual, which is very suspicious because I've played Stellaris. And if there's ever an option that has no negative effects in Stellaris, it means there's going to be a negative effect later, which is usually worse. So if we go bilingual, it means that the Christians and the Jews can then become bureaucrats. They're allowed to be in the cabinet, and we increase humanist options. And I think we want humanist. Oh, humanist versus spiritualist. What's the difference? Ah, humanist is tolerant, spiritualist is not. So yeah, we do actually want that. Let's do that. Boom. Let's commit to it. Commit. Okay, let's get our armies together. Let's go conquering. Let's go conquer Voltimand's territory. Voltimand, I unfortunately must request that you surrender immediately to our supreme forces. It looks like it automatically organized my troops together. No, it did not. There's a merge button somewhere. Yeah, here we go. Merge units, merge to strongest unit. So we're going to reorganize, order full retreat, attached unit, attachment not allowed, auto refill not allowed, disband, drill, select objective. Interesting. Yeah, merge up. So we should have one army there. Okay. Oof. All right. We got a bunch of feudal levies, some tribesmen, a couple, two groups. What is that? About 200 professional troops. Some mailed knight, 9 mailed knights. Okay, this is a lot. All right, so what are we looking at? Left flank, center flank, right flank. So our center flank is extremely strong right now. Left flank and right flank isn't, which is strange because we have a... oh. No, we have 1,000 troops in each, yeah. There's our maintenance, there's our weight, which, yeah, is going to cause issues in this place because, yeah, we're almost at our weight limit for the zone. Create new unit, which is whatever. There's our leader, it's me. We have no artillery bonus, we have no fought war. Attach cavalry, specifically artillery, auxiliary, and infantry. There's a reinforcement rate. No forts. No forts anywhere nearby, actually. They need food, they're fine. Recruit army, make available for hire, upgrade army, drill army, auto refill, deposit food, create supply depot. Okay, cannot build supply depots in locations we own, so that's only in enemy territory. Okay, that makes sense. Because screw them, Lord Harriman. Scorch Earth. Oh my god. March to the sound of guns. Attach to unit. Disband. Full retreat. Detach report. Detach levy. Detach. Okay. Well, their army is right there. So we have two options. We could surround or we could sweep. How defended are they? not too ill defended. What's our weight? Okay. Let's go ahead and head here first. Oh yeah, speaking of which, do I have any cavalry? I do. 1 cavalry. Let's scoot you over to the right. Hello? Do we have cavalry at all? Yeah, we have 144 cavalry. There's our cavalry. There's our cavalry. Why are they in the center? How do I make them not be in the center? How do? Aha! Okay. Kind of wish there's a little more at a glance here. Not gonna lie. So I'm trying to find my cavalry. Are you my cavalry? No. You my cavalry? No. Here we go. There's my cavalry. Okay, so let's scooch 1 cavalry unit over there. Wait, no, actually, no. Put those back in the middle. I only have the 1. Really. Which is one of these somewhere. Which one's the cavalry? Oh my god. There they are. Okay. Let's put you on the right flank. There we go. I think one of the reasons they stick with it, this is just presumption, to quote it, is that they know that it's one of the only things that distinguishes them from like any other game of this type. Okay, so that's it. I don't actually have a lot of cavalry, so that's going to be it for right now. Okay, so go. Okay, so what's that? Occupation progress. Okay, so we're occupying the land. What's that? We have a proposed royal marriage between and okay, who are you? Who are you? And who are you? Is this my daughter? Yes, that is my daughter. Wants to be married to. Who are you? Well, it'll give us prestige. And I like marrying off my daughters for no good reason. And I do want to conquer all these lands. He's 75? How old is my daughter? 22. No. My troops can take you much better than my daughter can. Just gonna lay that out there. Alright, so let's go ahead and conquer. What's that? Another proposed royal marriage. Is that my daughter again? Yes. Who are you? Okay, he's 28. More acceptable. Who are you? You are ruler of this place, which is right here. I'll accept that one. Go have a little more acceptable marriage there. I'll go ahead and take the prestige, or no. Prestige, right? Oh, sorry, I actually do have the legit... No, that's legitimacy. I was right. Stability is the problem. Okay. Have we taken this place yet? What? What? What's the issue? Lack of food. Okay. Well, do something about it, dumbasses. Also, we have another unprofitable building. Supposedly? Okay, occupation successful. Pause. Garrison still had to march out. Okay. So now we should have a supply line, right? And I can definitely tell that Everything's green. I don't know what that means. Um. Okay, so that's just supply rank. That's all it is. All right. So create supply depot. So food can be stored here for nearby armies. So this might be a long siege. So let's go ahead and assume that we do need to do that. How long is that going to take? Is it done? Is it already over? It took 0 time. Okay, so let's go to war. Let's actually kill the enemy. Submit or die. I don't actually care which. Oh my god. We won! We murdered them. Oh my god, we ran over them. Okay. It's just... Wow. And yeah, there's our supply line. Doesn't have any food in it. How do food? How make food? I guess we don't make food. Ah, who needs food anyways, am I right? So let's get our siege progress here. We're at negative 49% right now. Whoop, 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 what's that? We can join an international organization. The Karasid Independence Movement. What? It has one member, which is the Karasids. Right next to us over there. Only the countries seeking independence can start an independence war. Other members of the movement will join as belligerents. Yeah, done, Valerian! Okay. Right. Well, anyways, I'm gonna just ignore that for right now. Okay, we're having good siege progress. That's good. That's good. I guess that's another way to organize it. I remember in EU4, supporting independence was always a colossal pain, especially because the enemy had this, or the enemy, the AI had this really awful tendency to not seek independence even when you have won their independent war, their war for independence. And they're sitting there like, what? We bring that sad news. Someone died while being attacked by a wild animal. Okay, why would anyone care? It's just my older brother. So, development is still going, production's still going. Yeah, now we're in the waiting phase. The worst part of any of these games. Water shortage. Oh. Wait, what? What just happened? Oh, we don't want to join. You can go away now. How's the rebellions going? We're at 35% on our war. It's about to be a little higher, though. Let's speed this up a bit. As our nation continues to engross itself in traditional economics, a significant shift can be observed in everyday transaction of the commoners. Bartering. The practice of directly trading goods without an intermediary means, such as coinage. What? Such barbarous actions will not be allowed. With this resurgence undermines the influence of the burghers and the crown. Ho, 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 ho. But it has led to a greater deal of lower-level economic activity and stability. We will lose legitimacy, but gain stability. Huh. We also lose 25 trade advantage for 9 years. We also change towards traditional economy. Or we could say no, we lose inflation. So good inflation. Commoners lose 20% satisfaction. Merchants gain 25 trade advantage for 9 years. We trend towards capital economy. So normally I'd be down with the bartering, but losing 25 trade advantage is gargantuan. Like that's not great. Can I pull a Buchanan? Just not make a decision? Kick the can down the road? I also would not mind having 7 more stability. Stability reduces rebels, and increases equilibrium and promotion speed. Yeah, I actually distinctly remember Pokemon Yellow did a few rejiggering to make Brock a little bit easier if you pick Charmander. And by you, I definitely mean you. I'm going to let you guys decide who I pick, and it's going to suck. Because you're going to pick Charmander. I'm going to hate you for it. It's okay. The moment we get our first Abra, that's going to be our heavy for the entire game. That's not actually a joke. No, I do not. Wait of all. Yeah, we'll do that. Yes, I know the commoners are now very unhappy because I did that. Sorry, commoners. Let's see. Let's give you a privilege to make you happier. Oh, wow. Those are only 5%? Jesus. Never mind. You get to stay unhappy. What? Yeah, rebels are suddenly getting worse for some strange reason. Yeah, the commoner insurgents. Jesus. So what do we do about these? The slave uprising. Yeah. What can we do? Nothing? Nothing. Hi, Madman Robbie. I can't put down my slave rebels for some strange reason. Yeah, I guess letting them rebel and then killing them is kind of the option here. What? Fine, subsidize. They're making money, but whatever, subsidize them. Pops with needs. We're just leaving that alone. Although, actually... nope. We can see it. Alright, whatever. Anyone want to marry him yet? No. He wants to marry my son. Is he that awful? Is that what this is? What? I need more employees. So, like... How? How are you missing employees? Does it just take time? It has to, because it was just built. Let's just sit at that, see what that happens. Listen, evil actions are just mandatory. That's how that works. How's our money? Money's doing okay. There's still a buffing or development. What else could we do? Is there a trade thing? There's improved relations. Reduce war exhaustion, stabilize. Stability investment. That might be worthwhile. and legitimacy investment. That's a convert province. Directly to Koida? I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. What do we think? Stability or legitimacy or development? Is that worth the cost of another cabinet member? Because we are not exactly swimming in cash right now. Granted, some of that is being taken up by the military, which is about to go down. We apparently have 5 trades right now. 15 suggested trades. Jeez Louise. So a cap... Hang on. What's going on in the market? Okay. Alright. Hold up. So, cabinet. So, if we appoint a cabinet member, we probably want someone high in, I guess, diplomacy? No, administration, I want to say. I'm going to check that. No, stability is actually a military thing. Huh. So, stability is military, strengthen is military. Develop is administration. So if we were to appoint someone who is, I don't know, like that guy, Mr. 21-year-old here, it would cost 14 gold. So 14 gold in order to try and boost our legitimacy or our stability. Yeah, we're not reviewing it, Madman. You can notice I'm not even in uniform. So stability increases, so pushes down rebels, and increases satisfaction of the estates, and increases population promotion speed. Legitimacy increases my power, also pushes down rebels. And that's it. As an aside, we are still bleeding out prestige. Not by much, but we are. Yeah. Yeah, Fire's just hanging out, doing her thing. When was she born? Because this is 1337, so she might already be alive. We only have 1 surgery. We probably should get more of that. Okay, so hang on. So we're making 1 market village right now. Oh, we're way before her, though. Let's get a Tailor's Guild going. In Lorekeep, specifically. Yeah. That'll get some income. I do need more manpower. Please enjoy good food, Evo. Whatever it is, you should totally tell me. Tell me! Tell me! No, it's okay. It's okay. I do want another sergeantry. Quiche! Quiche! And coffee! Ugh. Okay, so sergeantries. How expensive are these? No available locations for a sergeantry. What's the requirement? Cannot build in a rural settlement. But, like, why can't we build it in our towns? There can only be maximum of one location, sure. Why can't I build it here or here? What's the limiter? Like, it says requirements not met, blank. Like, I think that's actually a straight-up bug. It could also be capital only. Because it also could be city only. This is a city. It's our only city. Hang on. Let's look at this from a different angle. Alright. That doesn't help. What do we got up here? We can automate building construction. So this is... Oh, here we go. No, that's a fort. Yeah, that's the fort. So that doesn't help. Oh, no, that's also... That is also a city. Excuse me. Okay. So, where's a town? Okay, so this is a town. Which means... what was the freaking thing I was just looking at? I'm not going to make a second town, but I'm trying to figure out how to make a second town. Okay. Upgrading to a city costs 1,442.48 gold. Oh my god. Reduces food production. Okay. So now that I know how to do that, that means I also know how to make a town. So if I was to make a town up here, it would cost 360.62 gold to turn a rural into a town. Okay. It also costs 100 gold to downgrade, by the way. Okay, so I know how to make towns now. Yeah, no kidding about it. It's just, that's an absolutely bonkers amount of money. Someone asked someone earlier asked who the most powerful person is in the game. Where's like the great power list? Is this it? I guess it. No, don't sort by art. There is a great power list. I saw it earlier briefly. Here we go. Okay. The highest I know of is Dara. And then several of these are at 11. This can't be right. No, yeah, that's it. Oh, okay, I get it. So Delhi. Sorry, I was assuming it was like a ranking, not a score. So Delhi is the current top, followed by the Upper Bavaria, followed by the Mamluks, the Malis, that's funny, France, Ethiopia, the Byzantine, the Canaans, the Castilians, the English, the Bohemians, the Hungarians, excuse me. I like how the Golden Horde is an army-based country. That just cracks. Okay, so sorry. I think I've figured out a few things. So that means I need to think very carefully about where my towns are. Is there a view towns option? Oh, I'm curious what this is. Oh, yeah. Kingdom, duchy, kingdom, kingdom. Empire down there. County. Duchy. Byzantines are an empire. That's funny. Okay, so what I want is location ranks. I think that's it. I think, yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay. So gray is town, gold is city, everything else is rural. Yeah, that looks about right. So, looks like we actually have a bunch of towns and cities already, so I don't need to worry too much about that. About building a new one. Yeah, at a glance, I think I'm not going to worry about that too much right now. Okay, so back to war. Have we conquered them yet? I reach out to my general. Hey, general. Wait, I'm the general. Hey, me? Yeah, what's up? Have you conquered the enemy yet? No, we're sieging them right now. Why haven't they just given up? Because they're stupid. Oh, okay. What is with all my unprofitable buildings? I don't care. Here, subsidize it. Shut up. And... okay, looks like we are starting to hire people for the wild game things. That's good. Is there a way to... like... speed that up? Oh. Major event. The death of some dude. That sucks. Anyways, go back to killing thousands of people. Siege successful. 156 days. Alright. So we are now at 86% on our war score. So let's just wrap this up here, shall we? We're apparently 89 in terms of our score, by the way. That's not too bad. How's our development going? 3 more months and our villages will be done. That'll be nice. The roads are taking a while, of course. Oh, wait. Are you... seriously? Are you seriously? Is this really a thing you're doing? Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, hold up. Since our conquest of Lore Keep, the city has been flourishing, has seen many new construction pockets, but local ulama now insists we embark on a more daunting undertaking, the construction of a great mosque. That'll cost most of our treasury. We'll gain satisfaction with whoever those are. We gain jurisprudence. Or no, we lose satisfaction, we change towards spiritualist. How do we change towards spiritualist? And mysticism for not building a mosque. That doesn't make sense. What's a madrasa do? Literacy for clergy. Increased clergy production. Tribesmen to peasants speed increased. Do we care about tribesmen to peasant speed in Lore Keep? Hang on, where's Lore Keep? We have, like... oh, no, we don't have any slaves. We have no... do we have any tribesmen? Oh, we have no tribesmen, like, at all. Oh, wow. No. I decline. So yeah, pirates. What is going on here? We have pirates somewhere. Where are these? Here. Frickin' pirates. Well, we don't have a navy. So there's not a lot we can really do about that. So that sucks. Okay, so they're missing employees, which they're working on. That I just subsidized you. Go away. Go away. Occupation. Woo. Okay, so now go back and kill their enemy army. Just absolutely murder it. Just murder its face off. Act like they're Nazis and treat them accordingly. As preparations for a major military campaign intensify, the estates see the opportunity to profit from the Emirati need for a well-stocked war chest. The leading financiers in the Beylik have approached the court with an enticing proposal, a substantial loan at competitive rates. However, accepting their offer will strengthen their influence. So that gives us a 112 loan with 3.5% interest, which is really low. Or no. Let's do it. Sure, we'll take the loan. Okay, let's go murder more people. Murder, murder, murder. Lots of death. Lots of death. Get the hell out of here. Have you decided? Oh, they are at the point where they can surrender. Okay, so let's drag them to the table. Sue for peace. Okay, so I want everything. I want everything. I want your family dead. I want your dog dead. I want your ashes spit upon and then salted into the earth. So if you could offer that, that would be great. What is going on with my eye? Oh my god. Gosh darn it. What is it? Oh, we'll find out in a second, subject, because I'm curious. So we could conquer them. But what are our other options? So county treaties, dismantle fort treaties, other treaties. Release all Ottoman slaves. Pay war reparations. So hang on. Become vassal. They will accept that. Normally I had war reparations too, but honestly, just taking the vassal is probably the better option there. Let's just do that. Become my vassal. So the cost of that is 28.16. And yeah, I don't want to bankrupt my vassal. That's kind of self-sabotaging, you know? Oh, we can also just demand war reparations right here. We will suffer some antagonism for subjugating a country in a peace treaty. Total cost of peace is 29. Yeah, do it. Refusal will result in a loss for them. Because the taker war score is at least 100, asking for less than half of what we could get. They accept our generous peace offer. We now have a vassal. Okay. So now, let's head home. Yeah, I know. We're about to unlevy our armies. So how do we disband? Disband. Disband levies. Okay, there we go. So there's our regulars. There's our levies. And then disband levies. Yes. Okay. Levies disbanded. We have truces that are expiring soon. I don't know if I call that soon, but sure. Get to that for the moment. Okay, so our regulars, let's take them home. Who do we conquer next? What does everyone think of us right now? What's your opinion of us? Hang on. Opinion. Oh, there's actually not an opinion thing. So the people we just conquered don't like us very much for some strange reason. Not sure why. Situation tab, which exists somewhere. Oh, no, this thing. Yeah, here we go. Okay, press claims. We'll come back to that, actually. Hang on. Actually, a surprisingly large number of people are cool with us. Just not the people we just conquered for some strange reason. Can we improve opinion? Those are diplomats. Oh, we've got enough diplomats. Yeah, let's improve the opinion of our vassals. What's up, guys? We're cool. We're cool. Black Death will not spawn for another 8 years, it looks like. Okay, so we are improving the opinion of our vassals. Is there like a... our... There's a vassal screen. Back in the day. In EU4. Subject actions? No. So we can change them to fiefdom. They don't like that. They will gain liberty desire. We increase our rep with them. It's a fiefdom. Fiefdom is a junior title. It's property of its overlord's ruler. Exclusive for monarchy of the same religion group. It enjoys increased efficiency of our cabinet and becomes ruled directly by our monarch. Oh, okay. Well, I'm cool with you staying a vassal for right now. We can also cancel vassallation or start annexation, which is exactly what that sounds like. We'll let you sit there for now. Okay, so... right. Let's make a rival. What do we got for rivals? So obviously the Byzantines are the easy answer. So let's be a rival with the Byzantines. And who are you? Where are you on the map? I don't see them. Where are they? Is that them? No. Is that them? Oh, there they are. Jesus. Okay. Come on. Right. Our prestige is still going down. There's not a lot we can do about that. Let's go ahead and rival the Trabat disease. Because it's that, Cyprus, or other people. Yeah, let's just do that. So, rival... I wish to rival you. Yes. Okay, we are now rivals. Right. So... I think we're going to go ahead and go... I was debating this earlier. We're going to go with autocracy. I want increased crown power. And then we have unmarried children. Does anyone want to marry my kids? No? Okay. Okay, how about him? Anyone want to marry him? No? Okay. God, my son is so terrible. Needs are getting better, actually. Not as bad. Argio is still slowly recruiting people. Okay, so... let's... You say lowborn, but, like, my only limits are diplomatic, are within range, will accept the offer, and are in the age range. I think I'm already accepting lowborn. Unless there's another option I'm missing here. Why does nobody want to marry my son? Okay. Marry a lowborn. Oh, he can just marry a lowborn in general. What's that do? Lose legitimacy and prestige. We also marry a local noble and just marry a noble. That's a lot of women in their 50s, which, yeah, what's the point of that? Just stay single. It's cool. We're cool. Okay, so, press claims. Let's see if we can press any claims in the Karasids and defeat my horrible sister before she conquers the apricots.
You didn't eat your dinner.
No, I did not. I was not very hungry. It's very good, though. They're like 3 bites ahead. Yeah, I know, right, Lord Erwin? Okay, so, okay, we could press claims all over the place. So we could go after Karasid based on that.
Total domination.
I mean, that's the goal. I'm having issues with that right now. Okay, so do we press claim on, like, the big one? Karasi there? That feels like what we should press. Right? Anatolia is under threat by outsiders. The remnants of the once great empires that ruled these lands vie for power. It's up to us to unite them under our banner.
Are you playing Risk?
Sort of. Like a very, very complicated version of Risk, but yes. Okay, so as the Bey is contemplating his next move in his grand design, he watches the triumphant Ottoman banners flutter in the wind. Even now, neighboring territories look ripe for incorporation into the flowing Beylik. Should we claim Karasi, it would solidify our control over the Marama area and extend our influence in the region. The time has come for a new military campaign. We have 4 years of a claim on that. Okay, so you want to see how complex this is, right? So obviously there's the world, right? Each of those...
Where's the rest of it?
Each of those is a player.
Wait, this is multiplayer?
It can be. Sorry. I should be more clear.
Each of those
is a faction, side, whatever you want to call that. There's France. They're a little fragmented right now.
They're connected-ish.
There's Castile. England is doing pretty good, actually. Norway's all right. Sweden's all right. Russia doesn't exist yet. There's just
it's the golden horde.
The Delhi are doing really well over there. But yeah, we haven't explored the rest of the world, so we literally don't know what's beyond our borders. It is 38, excuse me, after all.
Nothing exists outside of this, and you're going to fall off the face of the world.
Exactly, you understand. But you want to see the really nonsense thing. There's one part of this game I still don't understand, and it's the market. So here's all the markets, right? Now, we have access to quite a few of them, but I don't really care about the Constantinople one. So here's the Constantinople market.
Just buy things. Scroll.
Okay. Here's all the countries involved. Here's all the trades currently active in it. Here's the food being generated by it. Hang on. Here we go. And here's all the goods that exist in it. It is slightly more complex than Risk.
I would not do well at this game.
You probably would, actually.
No, there's too many things to manage.
There are many, many things to manage. Speaking of which,
when I play Civ, the only version of Civ I play is "Rawr! I kill you."
That's true. She marches. So let's head back to Lore Keep here.
I do. I amass armies, and sometimes I sit and amass armies quietly and wait until we get to the end. And then sometimes I'm like, let's see if I can conquer you before you reach the classical era.
That is a thing. Oh my god, that is 60 gold. But we gain 0.25 development and increased prosperity. That's worth it. That's worth it. Let's go for that. Tara says I need to show you. So there's an entire tab they added, almost like they know that people like that not me exist. Yeah. So here's the automation tab. You can automate your balance, your trade, your production methods, your building construction, whether buildings are operable, whether buildings are being subsidized, whether buildings are being destroyed, whether you're destroying estates, whether you're pushing your RGOs, your research, your laws, your government reforms, your cabinet, your parliament, your estates, your cultural acceptance, your religious doctrines. Your diplomacy interactions, your rivals, your exploration, your colonies, your army construction, your navy construction, replacing generals, and replacing admirals. All of that can be automated.
So how much of it do you have automated?
Very little. I have the production methods and the trade automated because, as I showed off earlier, the one part of this game that does not make sense to me is this. Like, I get the basics. So, like, for example, right, there's, what is this? This is gold, right? So there is 2.43 gold in the whole market. Okay, I understand that. And there's demand of 2.43 gold in the market. I understand that. What I don't understand is how to do anything about that. How do I increase the gold production? She's... Yeah, it starts with no automation. It is the default to have automation off. And as part of the tutorial, it will say, here's some recommended things to turn automation on for, which I did not do. So... Make harem, have a billion babies, and make everyone part of my family via marriage. You didn't tell me you were the tutors.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to war. War.
In the current game that I'm playing, I am playing on the largest map with 0 city-states and 1 other country. 1.
So you're building is what I'm doing.
I am halfway through the game and have not met them.
Oh, wow.
We have boats that go across oceans, and I haven't... Well, okay, I just got boats that go across oceans, and I haven't found them yet.
Wow. How do I... How do I train? I want them to train. Can I not? Drill army. Oh, I can't. We don't have the research. We don't know how to drill the military. It's okay. We're currently researching organized religion.
Maybe you should unautomate research.
No, it's not automated. It's literally the only research we can do. Literally. So we've already got, like, most of this tree. The only thing we don't have is right up here. And the only way to start it is organized religion. Now, that'll lead to, like, guilds. And then, like, peasant connections.
Okay, but how do you get to be able to train your army?
That's a good question. Hang on. Meritocracy, efficient bureaucracy, right to rule. I think we have to be an entire age ahead. Let's check here. So there's the Renaissance. Can I search? There is a search. Drill army. There it is. Where is this?
Well, it's in the age of the Renaissance.
It is. And look, so professional armies. We need to research professional armies. We need to be in the age of Renaissance. Research professional armies.
Hurry up and finish
then
researching how to be organized religion.
Then drill army. And yeah, we'll also need institutions, which is a whole other thing. And then there's the age of revolutions. Where we can research enlightenment. Tolerance of heretical beliefs up by 1.
You probably have a bunch of tolerance by that point.
I should hope so. No, yeah, like for...
no dog walking, Bragwin.
Where's our religious tab? Is that it? No. Opinion. Oh god, what's religion? What's religion? It's not one of the defaults. Which one's religion? Oh my god. Do we have any slaves? We do. Oh my god, we're importing slaves. Why are we importing slaves?
Because you haven't gotten enlightened yet.
Yeah, by the way, you actually can't get rid of slavery at this early age.
Yeah.
It's not even an option.
You haven't been enlightened yet.
Oh, here we go. Religions. So we are Sunni? Actually, not sure how to pronounce that.
Yeah,
but,
Sunni.
I mean, it's a subset of Islam. But,
yeah, it's pronounced Sunni. They're Sunni and they're Shiite.
Yeah, the Shiites are not here? Oh, there they are. There they are. I was going to say, no, I knew they were here. Shiites are over here. And Sunni is kind of tiny, actually, if you're paying attention.
Except
for Africa. But no, up here, like, look at this. Catholic. Orthodox. And then just...
No, there's a big Sunni right there.
That's mostly Tengris, though.
Sunni is written in big words. That means it's big.
Hindus over there. Ooh, Eastern Buddhist. We can see some. And Tibetan Buddhists are over there. Okay, so what I was actually trying to do, though, because we actually have a pretty diverse population. How do I check that?
You are blue purple. So you are not
There we go.
just
Nope, see? Check that out. So we have 61% Orthodoxy, so we're actually primarily Orthodox, then 31% Sunni, 6% Shiist, and then 0.67% Judaic. We have a pretty good conversion rate, too. We're actually pretty good at converting other people because they can convert or they can die. Our tolerance is terrible.
we're Christian Turks.
Our heathen tolerance is terrible, and our heretic tolerance is terrible. Jeez Louise.
We haven't been enlightened yet.
I mean, check this out.
You are also
Look.
negative population growth, which is going to be bad.
Look at this.
That's why you're importing slaves so that they have people they can sleep
But,
with.
but look at the population spread.
Peasants.
Peasants, 82%. Whoops. Hang on. Lock. Nobles, we've got 2,465 nobles in the entire country. Or 95, excuse me. Soldiers, clerics, burghers, slaves. And then 7% tribesmen, 7% laborers, and then 82%. Yikes. Okay. What's our culture? Greek! Yeah, Greek.
You are weird.
we
That's
are,
what you are.
we are the Greek Ottomans. No, that makes sense. Alexander the Great is pretty much why this is. He kind of went, and yeah, that's why that is a thing. We have a few Romani and some Turkomans. I actually don't know what the distinction is.
Probably a tribe.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's only 745,000 of them in the game.
Our neighbors are Turkish.
Yep.
No,
Turkish.
literally, our neighbors are Turkish.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hang on.
When I asked him where he was from, he said he was from Turk. And I was like, and then it took a couple of hours of chit-chatting for me. Turkish, got it, okay.
Okay, so our Turkey is our primary culture, which is funny, but Greek is a tolerated culture, which is good, because imagine if 62% of the population was not a tolerated culture.
That would explain why 80-something% is peasants.
Yeah. That would be bad. All right, so we can't drill the army, right? So that was what I was trying to do.
You should open your window.
Yes, I should. But I'll do it
I'm
in just a
hot.
second. It is warm in here, yes.
Hi, Savicon.
I don't want to do that.
I don't understand this game. I'm running away. Bye.
Okay. By the way, the game she was playing is Civ 5, a great game. Not only have I recommended it
My
in general.
husband is mad at him for having bought it for me posthumously. I realize posthumous is not the word that I should be using there, but yeah.
It works. No, yeah, like
I can't
Civ
think of the
5,
word.
in addition to just being a great game, which it is, to be very clear, and it has a lot of depth to it, it is also very new user-friendly. If you're getting into large-scale strategy games, Civ 5 is a fantastic...
Oh no, it is very ADHD friendly. Oh, you got distracted and stared at nothing for 3 hours? You're still at the same spot that you were before, and it's okay. Unless you turn on everything automated, and then you lose yourself for 3 hours, and you come back, and you're like, the hell is this? Because I did that once. I turned everything automated, and then just left it.
Why? God, we need more food. Look at that. Look at that.
Well, go import some from that one market.
Okay, so...
It was generating... That's not the market. It's the one next to it.
No, yeah, I know. But, like, what I really want to do is, can we build
You should
anything out
invade
here?
south where it's nice and you can farm.
I mean, I am actually... Ooh, fruit orchard. Does that generate food? No, that just generates a good... What generates food?
Fiber crops.
Hang on. I think I'm in the wrong thing. I'm in the wrong thing. Well, forest village
Does not...
does actually increase food production.
Okay.
Market village increases food capacity.
No, we need
Irrigation
forest village. You can't do that one yet. It's
Increases
locked.
food production. Yeah, no, I can't.
Oh, no. You
and all
can't
this-
do forest or market, though.
It's really expensive. That's why I'm just broke right now.
Well, go make money.
Okay.
You want food, make money.
We got to go to war to make money. So let's get ready for war.
So who are you going to attack?
We're going to attack the Karasids over there.
Okay.
We have a legal right to attack them because, hang on. Because that.
Good job.
Konya and Sivas are each home to the vital Seljuk Mint, a great symbol of wealth and power. Their workshops humming with the rhythmic strikes of hammers shaping valuable ore.
He doesn't have any
coins
credit.
that
He can't
flow
get a
across
loan.
The region. Actually, I should try it alone. Good point. We'll try that out. I'm going to put my finger up to remember that. The iconic lion and sun motif adorning these coins speaks of strength, sovereignty.
Why do you have your butterscotch here?
So I could eat it.
By itself?
No, of course not. That's silly.
What were you eating it with?
Just whatever. It's butterscotch. It goes with everything.
Pretty sure it has to be.
So these are intended for everyone. There are, in fact, 4. I was going to save them for dinner tonight.
Okay.
Okay. Just.
If you put them downstairs, the gremlin will find them.
That's why they're right here.
Why did you buy more plastic hangers when you were just getting rid of metal hangers?
Yes, of course you can, Coxco. So yeah, we're going to try the loans. But I have to get the window open. Air. Oof. Yeah, I have a feeling. So, vassal swarming was a whole thing in EU4. I don't actually know if it is now in Stellaris. Lord Harriman might be able to answer that. But I have heard that EU5 was trying very hard to emphasize vassal swarming instead of blobbing. And I find that to be an interesting choice because blobbing is such a time-honored tradition in these games. But I guess it makes sense. Anyways, so. Mince. I just gain... Not every expansion in our realm requires military conquest. Sometimes we can negotiate a treaty. Parasites can be convinced to become our vassals. I was about to go to war with them. Okay, we'll try it. The emissary from the Karasids returned, bearing news that they have agreed to submit to our authority and become our vassal. Facing growing threats and recognizing the might of our Bailic, the Karasid rulers have chosen to swear fealty in exchange for protection. This marks a decisive step towards unifying the fractured Bailics of Anatolia under our banner. As our initial influence spreads, our destiny as the dominant region comes closer. So we now have 2 vassals. Okay. Well, close to being the target of an IGO. We are being targeted in an independence movement. Uh-huh. And they are a disloyal... Oh, here's our subject page. Where was this? Where is this? Where's the managed subjects page? Where's managed subjects? Is it in diplomacy? Geopolitics, maybe? Where's the vassal page? Because there's a vassal page. Where do I pick it up? Where's the button for the vassal page? I'll figure it out in a minute. Okay, so they don't like... ironically, they really like us. They have a lot of liberty desire, but they actually really like us. That's funny because the people who don't like us have almost no liberty desire. What the crap? A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, Jonathan Brown. You can win and beat these games all you want to. It also kind of depends on what's the goal line. You yourself determine what the finishing line is. Okay, so They have plenty of tax base, they have plenty of troops, and they are producing money for us, which is good. But, like... Loyalty. Yeah, the games like these are the games that get the automatic triple positive for replayability. Because these are built around the very concept, from the very core. Okay, so... This is very low. Why is this so low? I'm going to let time pass a second. I'm not even sure why they're so against us right now. Why are you so against us? Yeah, they are disloyal below 50%. That is correct. Yeah, conquering the world or being completely wiped out would be your win and lose states, respectively. Also, if you hit the end date of the game, I forget what it is, it's like 1800 or something like that. It's whenever Vic 3 starts, I think. $1820, there we go. Okay. So, like... How do I deal with this? How do I make you like me? How do I make you happier? What can I do with you? They already have an extremely high opinion of us. I'm not sure how to make them less liberty desire. I really don't. Alright, whatever. I'm just going to let that be because I don't know how to deal with it. You know what? Hang on. Okay, make sure your subjects' opinion of us is high, which it is. You consider annexing other loyal subjects. Increasing our relative power compared to our subjects will increase loyalty. Increasing the size of our armies will also raise loyalty. Bottom rightmost option. I think you're lying to me. Ah, it also increases subject loyalty. Okay. Hey, Mizuno Speedruns. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciate. Give me a moment. Oh. I'll put that towards Fire Emblem Echoes. Fire Emblem 3 Hopes. Fire Emblem 3 Houses. I'm sensing a trend here. So, okay. So that's increasing our loyalty by 15. If I push it up by 1 bit... Actually, okay, that takes a lot to push it up to 16. We can afford that. We'll go and do that. Another... Oh, the fishing village just got going. Go ahead and subsidize that, because that's not... That's about food. Yes. They have no liberty desire right now. They're still disloyal. Maybe there's just like a thing. Let's just watch it. They're 39. We'll just kind of remember that. Still nobody wants to marry our son. Well, now we need to conquer more. Okay. Offer diplomatic protection. So much of this costs money. We need money. We need money. We need money. We need so much money. Honestly, I'm getting really tempted to just make market villages everywhere. Not that I can afford them right now, but, you know. Right, I said I'd try out taking out a loan. There's our loan, so hang on. Take out a loan of 29 gold for 60 months with a yearly interest of 10%. The estates have made 987 gold available for to borrow. We can also ask for a loan from a banking country. We also have a debt we could currently pay off. What do I build? I'm still not, like, this isn't like the other game where I can just build marketplaces and banks and... Like, I had an understanding of how to make gold happen in EU4. I feel like I don't in this game. Other than making market villages, which I guess is something. Yeah, 10% interest is insane. Although it's better than the interest rate the car place is going to offer me at 19%. Trying to take me for a ride here. Use that a little bit. Ooh. Fewer levies. Ouch. Maybe I won't do that one. Hunting permits. Wild game output increased. Monthly progress towards free subjects. Noble estate satisfaction equilibrium. We can also do fewer levies, which reduces peasant levy size, but increases free subject range, and of course makes them happier. Autonomous village increases rural migration attraction, and approach towards decentralization, which I'm not a fan of, and free subjects, which I am. That's a great idea. I've got it. Everyone, I'm going to raise tariffs, and other countries will pay for our bills. It's free money. No, I agree. We need more levies, not less right now. We could focus on giving the people freedom later. We're still making employees for the new RGO there. Okay. Hang on. All of the ways. Ugh, losing 5 prestige is just such a hit. Just marry a random noble. Her. Sure, whatever. Sure, I don't care. Just shut up. Why am I still marrying? What's the point of marrying at this point? I mean, sure, here, be married. Like, I have a lot. I have 18 unmarried children. I don't know what you want from me. Okay, so... Okay. What's making us money right now? Let's actually focus on that. Let's zoom in a little bit. So the majority of our income is coming from taxes, obviously. And a lot of it's coming from Lore Keep. We are producing plenty of silk. Development's pretty good, which is good. And going up. Prosperity is going up, which is good. Food is actually not as bad as it could be. Which is sad, but true. So, hang on. Glass is making nothing. They're making half a gold. Come on, come on. Quarter gold. So that's slaves. Can we get rid of the slave market? Marketplace is just increasing tradey stuff. Potter's Guild is actually making money now. That's funny. Glad I can get rid of that. Spinner's Guild is making money. They're making money. And that's actually it. The tailor is going to be making a ton of money. That's actually a valid point. So that means what we need for that is cloth, silk, and wool. So what I'm thinking is we increase our RGO on all of this. It's going to be expensive as hell. We actually can't afford to do that. We can't afford to do anything. We need money for everything. It's just like real life. Oh, God. But I think that would be the play. Increase our RGO in silk, wool, and I guess that's it, because we don't have any cloth. We have plenty of wool. Wool, wool, wool. And silk, silk. And just pull in more of that. And yeah, we're going to need wood and stone, obviously. The good news is we have plenty of lumber. The bad news is, oh, there's some stone right there. We have a little bit of stone intake. We probably need to get a mason. God, I need so much money. I need money everywhere. Speaking of which. How do I know they're family members? It's probably one of these things. Okay, Ottoman crown. Okay, so anything with a crown icon would be it. I wish I could sort by crown icon. Sure. Let's just go ahead and do that. Then, hang on. Then we expel people. No, what I want to do is I want to raise our prestige. Which I can't do. We can turn tribes into peasants, not that we... So stability or legitimacy? Our legitimacy is not bad. Our stability could go higher. Yeah, we don't have any daughters. Like, at all. Yeah, let's push stability. We need that higher. Any hit right now, and we're gonna start taking issues. Let's go back to this mode. Now I'm not at war with anybody. Let's turn our speed up while we wait. We can ask them to be our state bank. Why would we do that? We could curry favor, maybe. I don't know. You know what? No, hang on. Covert. Let's build a spy network in Byzantium. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see. Gravel roads are almost done, actually. Improving relations. Improving opinion. We have achieved our task. We still have lots of missing children with parents. You want, like... Yeah, go marry someone. Go marry that person. Sure, I don't care. Just go marry off. Go away, go away. Stop bugging me about being lonely. Okay, so... Where's our... thingamabob? Nope, that's tech. Oh god, I forgot where the tab is. What tab was that? Missions. Here we go. Okay. I am, Tara. I'm still more lost than I would like to be. And if I'm being honest, I'm not sure I appreciate the economic layer. I know that sounds strange, since I tend to be into that sort of thing, but for these guys, sorry, reading while typing, or reading while talking. I wish it was a little more abstracted. If I wanted to play a game that's fully, no, chromatic arts, it's not going to go up on YouTube. It might still be on Twitch. I have made no effort to save it, though. So if it's not there, then it's not anywhere. If I wanted to play a full-on economic sim, I'd play Victoria 3, you know? Okay, so... Yeah, Vic 3, that's the economic game. I guess we need to keep conquering, so... I don't feel like we could take on the Byzantines. We could try. Someone said something that made me concerned about it going live on YouTube. Sub-Zero. Let's put it that way. Who are you at war with? You're at war with them. Everyone still kind of likes us. That's whatever. Wait. Oh, wow. That is Genoan. Okay. I don't know who to attack. I need to keep conquering. I guess the Germanians are the obvious answer. Just because they're in the way. It's them or them. Neither of them can take me. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Getting some more naval ports might be the better. Okay. We can't press any claims right now. I'm almost positive because I think we're out of it. Yeah, we need money. Lots and lots of money to press claims. I need money. Okay. So... let's declare war. Hey, what's up? Listen, I want to declare war on you. What? Why? Oh, they're going to bring in... the... who? The Aenids down there. Oh, that's interesting. No, I've had the same issue, Dream Whisperer. It's also getting harder to find the webs tab. Okay, hang on. What about you? Who are you connected to? Who are you allied with? Nobody, it looks like. Hmm. The enemies with Cyprus. I have no idea, Sub-Zero. This is specifically an event claim, too. This is part of the Rise of the Turks situation, aka Quest Chain. But yeah, that takes... First of all, we can't do it till 1340, but it still costs money, which we still don't have. Okay. These guys are alone, right? Let's declare war. What's up? Hi. I would like to conquer you, please. I mean, actually, I want to subjugate you. But whatever. Show supremacy because it's literally the only option. So, declare war. So, raise all levies, please. Yes. So you can just submit, I'm just saying. At any point in time, if you just want to chill, you want to be cool? Eh? No? Okay. Like, I'm cool with you not being cool. You. The point is, John. Oh, never mind. Don't. I'm still the general. Yeah, my stability went down to negative 17. Jeez Louise. That was a huge drop. So what's our inflation right now? So let's scooch this up a little bit. There we go. Right there. Just get a little more money coming in every month. Look, Casus Bellies take money. I don't know what you want from me. I'll take the stability hit. The trunk road to Erzuri. Oh my gosh. Okay, two things here. Hang on. The ancient road connecting these places has been a lifeline for trade and dominance across Anatolia. Stretching through the rugged terrain and fertile plains like this trunk road has facilitated the flow of goods, ideas, and armies for centuries. Its strategic importance cannot be overstated. Our advisors urge us to control all vital points. Directly owning these places will give us access to state privilege. Okay, cool. A former Byzantine governor who converted to Islam after receiving a prophetic dream became a stalwart ally of the Osman Bey. He has aided in the taking of Lore Keep, and now he died there after a long and fruitful life. His many sons will tend to his funeral, but the question remains what his legacy will be. What's this? All Greek pops gain satisfaction. Yeah, that. We have a lot of Greek population. Why am I going to Parliament? What is Parliament? What do you want? Alright, ask for larger levies. I would say it's 3 years ago, so we can't do it yet. We do have some support, like a bit of support with our parliament, which is nice. I'm glad I set that guy on stabilizing, because holy crap. God, that gives a lot of laws I haven't actually done anything with. I declared war without a proper casus belli. Which, admittedly, I wasn't sure would cause issues. But it did. My vassals are attacking the enemy without me, which I find vaguely funny. I'll go for lunch in a minute. Okay, so first and foremost. There we go. Okay. I mean, vassal swarming is a very valid strategy in a lot of these games. Let's wrap this up quickly, shall we? God. You notice the vassals... One of the things that vassals tend to do very well is they tend to take individual provinces. Not the big battles. You generally have to rely on yourself for the big battles. But all the little side stuff that just takes time and irritation to deal with, they're really good at dealing with that time and irritation. Yeah, casus belli, I think, literally means reason for war. It is your legal justification for being crunched. Exactly, Blade Javal. Yeah, it is the veneer of justification. Even as far back as, like... Oh, God. When was the Byzantines... When was Justinian? Someone do me a favor and tell me when Justinian was. Wow, we just ran over that. Are they ready to surrender? No, they're at 88%. $482 AD. So, to my knowledge, that's some of the oldest surviving records of there being casus bellis. You needed some kind of legal excuse in order to go to war with someone. Where are they going? I used to be able to see where they were going. I can't for some reason, which is strange. But we trapped them anyways. They're dead. They're dead. Nope, nope. Keep chasing them. Keep chasing them. I guess we've won. We can stop killing them now. Let's sue for peace. We can make them a fiefdom. We could try that out. Or we could just make them another vassal. I was gonna say, let's try fiefdom. Let's see what that's like. Alright, so let's get out of here. Prestigious family requires aid. Yeah, refers us to ask us for help. We could give them aid, which costs us most of our money, but gives estate satisfaction. Or we could deny them aid and lose satisfaction. What's our Guzad at right now? 57%. We could probably take that hit. Deny them the aid. Sucks to be you. Byzantium is part of a coalition against us, by the way. Oh, no, sorry. They might join a coalition against us. Sorry. Oh, never mind. Byzantium has joined the coalition against the Ottomans, which consists of Byzantium. Alright, so let's go ahead and... Oh, I forgot how to do this. I figured this out last time. Stop. Stop, 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 stop. God. Stop! I'm trying to figure something out. I'm trying to figure out how to tell my people to go home. Sort of just told them to go home. No, I can't figure it out. It's so strange. There we go. That's the way. So disband the levies. There we go. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay, so now institution growth, possible burghers, and max literacy for burghers. Tolerance of the true faith. Let's look at the whole tree for a second. What do we got? Let's go back to tradition here. So hang on. power projection. We haven't even seen that yet. Yeah, the Golden Horde predates this a little bit. I don't know how long, but it is active right now. I kind of want everything. That's the problem. And yeah, the Golden Horde is kind of on an upswing right now. That's why I wanted to be in good terms with them. No, Savacom, no, wait! Okay, okay. Let's focus on this for now. Well, no, I want to see how this works. How do add to queue? Why can't I add it to queue? Requirement's not read. What's the requirement? What's the requirement? What do I need to research meritocracy? What is the requirement? Why can't I start researching this? Oh, it's an institution requirement? Not that it says that. So, there's meritocracy, which is spawned in this place is Terra Incognita. I don't even know where that is. I don't even know where meritocracy is right now. Oh no, Savacom. No! No, it's just, well, I mean, yes, I did actually switch time zones. But daylight savings time. And you live in Arizona. Meritocracy spawned in China. Great. And of course, the Age of Renaissance I can't do anything with yet. Rawr. Okay, well, we're stuck over here. Let's work towards... this. Although institution growth, but no, this. Yeah, let's research that. Let's start working our way down there. Oh, here's meritocracy. Okay, so we have 3 vassals. We're actually vassalizing really fast. I'm kind of shocked by how fast we've been running over things. But the Byzantines are a constant issue, which normally I deal with, but I think what I'm going to do, I hate to do this, I think I'm going to pause this for right now. I'm going to save, because I kind of want to come back to this save. I have done camera-y stuff to do, and I want to start Pokemon tomorrow. So I'm going to bow out for now. And maybe chew on this game. I feel a little overwhelmed. And I still am not a big fan of the economic side of things. There's plenty of stuff I haven't tried out yet. It looks like I can build buildings in vassal states, but then again... Okay, yeah. I can build... I can build stuff in vassal states. And just kind of help improve those if I, knew what the hell I was doing and what was actually worth building. And there's the Golden Horde, by the way, just kind of looming up there. They like us. That's a good thing. We want them to like us. Anyways, I'm gonna pop off. There will be no second stream today, because I got other stuff to do. I want to set up my set, among other things, and actually finish lining up my closet, and then get ready for Pokemon. So I'll see you.